Hang on. Guess what? You're never going to guess what I've just done. Microphone was on mute. Great start, great start. Hi, welcome. Apologies for the initial scuff. I've literally just thrown my computer on and come straight on upstairs post-dinner. So, yeah, I wasn't exactly best prepared for coming online. As you can see, we're back on our bullshit with Ace Attorney. And we're going to be finishing up the first game today. I don't think we're going to start on the second one just yet. We're going to finish up the first one, definitely. And then the second one, well, you know, we'll see how we go for time, but I want to start the second one on like a fresh stream, basically. The storm has now passed through the UK, so Babette is gone. Bit of damage we've noticed. There's something going on with our guttering, which means there's some staining coming in on one of the walls where rain was not actually hitting. So, obviously, if water is getting in on a wall where rain is not hitting, that's kind of fucked. So we're going to be sorting that. A bit stressful, but yesterday was basically a no-go. And Thursday, I could probably streamed on Thursday, it turned out. The issue was I was so stressed out that I just couldn't bring myself to do it. So, you know, I think we're good at the moment. So, let me just make sure. Yeah, Discord's got me showing live. Okay, cool. We're ready to jump back in. So, we're on day 3 investigation at the minute. And I'm just trying to remember what it was that we were doing most recently. We've seen Gan't in his office. Hey, Squirrel Thulu. How we doing? Welcome. I think we need to go to criminal affairs. We've just been kicked out of Gant's office. And, I mean, really, I should have probably tried to push all the way through to trial, but I've not done. Let's see if there's anyone... Oh, we need to go here anyway. Alright, cool. Maybe our boy Gumshoe's going to do us a solid. Hey, pal. Oh, Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt. From sitting so long? Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No. Why'd you ask? He's under fire from both police department and prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battles between you two and Kurt. That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. Oh, really, Gumshoe? That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Oh, yikes. But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Sky's the guilty party here, isn't she? Poor Emma. Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumours going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor has kept him safe from those who don't like him. You really should pick up this collection. You haven't played since the 3DS. It looks clean, it plays clean, it sounds clean. It's just generally very clean. Like, I've never played these games before this. This is my first time playing these, so I'm very impressed to the point where I've basically not streamed anything else for almost a week. One of the reasons we're not going straight into case number 2 is that I want to stream some other stuff over the next couple of streams. So, like, I might try and rotate in some Subnautica again, for example. But like, these games have really kind of... I've been sort of on the edge of my asshole, just like, what's gonna happen next? But no, with this, are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of for making enemies. Hey Dick, keep up good work. Yes, sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime, my treat. Yes, sir. You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. It seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about it. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. We don't want him to crack, really, do we? Okay. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while coffee were brewing. He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Who could be enemies with Gumshoe? I mean, kind of us in case number 2 for a little bit. But then we became frenemies and now we're just buddies. Now we're just buds. Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack. His final attack? You mean when he killed Prosecutor Marshall who was trying to protect some girl? Oh. Me. Seems Detective Gumshoe never realised Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, right? His powers of recollection never fail to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. Let's ask about Dark's crimes first. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of crime. He's just your run-of-the-mill businessman. Businessman? What made him take to serial killing? One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. With his car? So, it was an accident? An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal. An animal? He killed a man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed a lady who saw the second crime. A kid walked by just then, so he killed him too. Then, when he was burying the bodies, a jogger came upon the scene and was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. Seems he's a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. So, he turned himself in. Yeah, in the middle of his question, he fled and murdered his final victim, Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness weren't killed. That last witness, aka Emma. See, don't you think that Dark was just a victim of late-stage capitalism? Like, I don't want to be sympathising with serial killers or anything, but you ever seen the film Falling Down? That guy just wanted to get home for his daughter's birthday party or whatever, and he ended up going on a murder spree. That's basically what's just happened, isn't it? Right, well, let's show him T' murder weapon. It wouldn't count as a serial killer. Serial killers require to have a break period between 2 sprees. Not necessarily between sprees, but between incidents of killing. So, like, that would be, even though it's 5 murders, it's 1 incident of killings, right? So, if he'd done it again on another day, and then another day after that, then yeah, he'd probably classify as a serial killer then. You know, it has to be over a period of time. Hey, you forgot. Okay, sure, pal. Thank you, though, for 15 months. How's it been 15 months? Jeez. That's crazy. Welcome, by the way. I'm going to present Gumshoe with this knife. About this. Is that? That's a tag attached with the label SL9 instant on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you're speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker. On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker. It was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it. Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again. What you got? Murder weapon. This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at, plus it had his fingerprints on it too. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, look, anyway. Take a guess where the broken off tippet knife were found. That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it, hi-hat, inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet. Down to last fibre. Oh dear. That's pretty conclusive. We've got Neil's autopsy report. Stabbed in the back, died from punctured heart and lung. Knife tip was in the wound. Okay. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Shitty knife. Yeah, here's a bit, isn't it? Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gan't. It's not money, but it does concern the Chief. Punctured heart and lung, that's a long blade. Yeah. Yeah. So you probably want to pick, like, I don't know, a Dunmer or a Red Guard if you want long blade skill. How are these Morrowind jokes working? It's not money, it does concern the Chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The Chief's out now, and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around if that's okay. Oh. Well, any detective's ID card can unlock door. What, really? But if I let a civilian in there, I'll be charged with a breach of trust. Breach of trust? Did the murderer say knife to meet you? I hope so. I really hope so. Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. How about this ID card? What's Detective Goodman's? That won't work either. The date was deleted the day he died. Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. Oh, are we really asking Gumshoe to risk his job? Are we really asking Gumshoe to risk his livelihood for us? I wonder if there's something we can show that will make him change his mind. Should we show him the King of Prosecutors? The day he died, knowing how IT works, it's still in the server and the card works perfectly. Probably. That wouldn't surprise me. Hey, that's it! That's the King of Prosecutors Award Mr. Edgeworth got the other day. Were you at the awards ceremony, Detective Gumshoe? Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence myself. Ah, congratulations. I was wondering, why is the award a shield? And why is it broken? Oh, there's a reason. I'll tell you what it is later. I think we've gone through this dialogue. I thought he was remembering, but... should we try this? Okay. We need to show him something that's going to make him change his mind. It's not that. The autopsy report? The jar? About that jar, I think I've seen it somewhere. I've seen it before somewhere. Somewhere. Oh, maybe it's one of those memories people have from previous lives. This must be the most uninformative detective I've ever met. Something about it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the Chief's office and he's yelling at me. Chief Gan't? Why can't I have seen that before? But it's there. Okay, it's not that. We need to show him something that's going to jog his memory. Or something that's going to make him... Surely not. Detective, here's my attorney's badge. You show this to me every time we meet, pal. Real men show their police badge, enough said. I wish I had a badge. Even an ID card would be nice. Oh. That got me nowhere. Hey, Hades, welcome. I mean, at least Gumshoe didn't write me off completely. I've been studying up on them files. There's nothing wrong with Mr. Edgeworth's presentation. I think people are accusing him of injustice. I for one ain't buying it, pal. You're looking into the case of Mr. Edgeworth? Yeah. It was a pretty big deal what's going on, you know. After all, the serial killer was on loose. But Lana was pretty clear in her confession. She forged evidence in order to prove Joe Dart guilty. Gumshoe, please let us in. Come on. Restaurant evening with family. Oh, nice. What are you having? Is it a particular type of restaurant you're going to? Me and wife had we had takeaway last night, so we just had fried chicken. It was good. It was good. There's like a fake KFC takeaway in our town that we like to get takeaway from. They're really good. But give me just 1 second, actually, on that note. Okay, there we go. There we go. We're all good now, chat. This? Hold on. Let's try and present him with this, because we still don't know who the topmost person Something classy. One time there was pig sausage with camembert sauce. I've never been big on those French cheeses, like the really stinky ones. They never do it for me. That's the ID card record, isn't it? Yeah, there's only one number left to investigate at 4:20 PM. The victim, Detective Goodman, must have entered the evidence room along with someone else. Someone with an executive officer number. 777777777. That's 17 too many, Detective. An executive officer. I just might have a hunch. Yeah, we know. I think we've established it's Gant's number at this point, because he's the only executive officer we've met beyond the guy who's like Gumshoe's direct boss, right? What am I supposed to show him? You can't believe it's him. Well, he's obviously done something. He's obviously done something kind of fucky. But what? Like, we've established that Bruce Goodman must have died in the evidence room. But there's something else going on in that office. Like, what is it that we're looking around the office for? That's my question. That's my question. This, maybe? Are we just random bullshit go at this point? Tried those. No locker can be opened without fingerprint match. Besides, there's no reason for the murderer to touch his own locker. Try everything on everyone. Well, the thing is, like, at first he came across as really nice. And he was actually helpful to us in the cross-examination. He was basically just like, yeah, you know what? I'll tell you what you might want to know, but you're going to have to get it out of me the proper way, legally, and, you know, prove to me that you can actually be worthy of this information, right? But then his office is a crime scene. We haven't implicated him in anything directly, and he's turfed us out. That's kind of weird. If he was helpful and he had nothing to hide, he wouldn't have turfed us out. Hey, wasn't your look at the one with blood on it, Detective? The handprint of the real murderer's gloved hand, without any fingerprints. Shh. If they come to arrest me, you'll defend me, won't you? If that happens, I think you'll do better pleading with Edgeworth. Is it the glove, maybe? No, it's not the glove. We're just going to run through everything at this point. I think, at this point. We've got 3 pages worth of court record. Should we try this? We've gone through these dialogues before. The Blue Badger? This guy almost made us lose the case today. What are you talking about? He was guarding the bloodstain in the evidence locker with his life. That's more than you can say about most officers nowadays. It would have saved us a lot of trouble if he hadn't guarded it so well. I have to admit, he's right though. Thanks to the Blue Badger, we were able to prove another possibility today. Oh, a little smiley face. Hey! The possibility that another murder took place prior to 5:15. Try the notes? It's not the note. It's not the autopsy. It's not Goodman's autopsy. It's not Lana's phone. Okay. We've gone through, like, pretty much everything on here. We've gone through this dialogue before as well, so any dialogue that I've already gone through, I'm just going to kind of skip through, if you don't mind, chat. We're trying to jog his memory with something, but... Can't believe Officer Marshall would do something like that. You know Officer Marshall? Of course I do. It was like a mentor to me. When I first started out, he even gave me a small cactus. Really? He said, Dick, she'll listen to all your troubles. Maybe see if Edgeworth can give me a special authorization. Maybe. Note to self, Detective Gumshoe talks to the cactus. Hard to believe he's just a patrolman now. Someone ought to trade places with him. What? Why are you looking at me like that? So you reckon we should go see if Edgeworth will give us a dispensation? Alright. Well, let's do that then. Let's go find Edgy Boy. Let's go find Edgy Boy. Oh! Okay, there is something for us to do here. No one's here today. Not even Miss Starr. Everyone's probably busy looking into exactly what went on down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 PM. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case. But instead, it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. Let's go to the High Prosecutor's office. Ah, okay. I mean, Edgeworth will definitely give us a very special something. If we're going to call it authorization, then, you know, far be it from me to gainsay that, huh? I wonder if Edgeworth's back yet. There he is. Looks like he's writing something. What are you doing here? He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years with rumours flying around. What's another allegation to me? Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I do can erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error. My responsibility is the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same, no matter what excuses I might have. Mr. Edgeworth... I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First last year's trial, and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Is he becoming, like, really tsundere? Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet some of my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. Define becoming. Okay, so he's a massive son. He's a massive son. What do you mean? The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists. That is odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. And that was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. Picture? Something seems strange about it. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this? Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Oh, he's got a secretary, hasn't he? That smug expression, yeah. Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This. Oh yeah, Chief Gan't asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we read yesterday. So, you came back into the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to? That's right. Curious. Let's show him that photograph. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He'd just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes? The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding, it's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. Ah, I remember now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. A story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. Hold on. Let's have a look at that. Don't you find it interesting how the tip of that is broken? But look at the way it's broken. Hold on. It's broken in almost the exact same way as the switchblade. That can't be a coincidence, surely. That cannot be. The unstoppable spear and the unbreakable shield. I actually don't think that's quite what it's supposed to represent. So let's just pull it. Let's pull the picture back up, right? So you've got the sword, right? The shield is, the sword is breaking the defense, right? So it's breaking through the defense and, obtaining justice, right? But the way that the sword is designed, the fact that the tip is broken in the exact same way as the switchblade, that's kind of fucky, chat. That's kind of fucky. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard this story? Me? Sure, everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though, for Emma's sake? Very well. Long ago, in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. Oh, am I going to give you that, chat? Chu. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Oh, so it is literally the unstoppable spear and the unbreakable shield. Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless, and thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. The music. What an amazing place to put pursuit in. Oh, I see. So the chip shield and broken knife symbolise... Precisely so. They symbolise the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words, but it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion. Even if it results in something as ugly as this. Wow, thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gan't. 2 years ago, he had the halberd pass the order abolished. Chief Gan't. Mostly based on a real fable. Ah, okay. So mostly based on a real fable. Instead of presenting them to the king, the merchant was hawking them on the street, and an idling shopper heard both boasts and confronted him on it. Yeah, I mean, not an unreasonable thing for a shopper to do. It's basically just like an ancient Chinese Karen calling out someone on their bullshit, right? What an amazing mental image. So, do we need to show him anything else? We've shown him the picture. The case file, maybe? Okay. So, we need to show him Neil's autopsy report? Okay. We need to show him something that will get him on board with us, huh? The jar? Nope, he doesn't want the cum jar. Alright. So this, perhaps? Come now, right? You can't seriously expect me to just sit down and chat with you about the case over a cup of tea. But this isn't related to the case, remember? You said so yourself. So I did. Chief Gan't gave this to you that day, didn't he? He asked you to bring it here from the police department. The chief is a very competent man, but sometimes he does things that don't make any sense. Oh, so the chief's like me. The chief's just got a brain injury. I see. Okay, fair enough. At least it's better than being incompetent and doing things that don't make sense. And a certain detective comes to mind. Oh, poor Gumshoe. Poor Gumshoe. Okay. So we need to show him something that's going to jog his memory, huh? Or something that's going to get him to help us in some way. So we've shown him this, haven't we? We've shown him the picture. Yeah, we've shown him this already. Yeah, we've gone through this dialogue. Okay. I mean, does that open up a dialogue option? No. Okay. What's this? I wonder what it's writing before. Come on, Mr. Wright, let's take a look. You crazy? Edgeworth's sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no, he's fallen to the ground. Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet. He didn't even look. What? Letter of... If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says, Letter of Resignation. What? Edgy. Resignation, Edgeworth, you don't mean. I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died. But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it's your fault. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh. I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. This letter of resignation, I wonder if I can use it for anything. Let's have a look at it. Due to recent events, I hereby announce my resignation as public prosecutor. He really wrote a resignation letter. Wow, even when resigning, Mr. Edgeworth is cool and concise. Still, it wasn't his fault. Someone has to be held responsible. That's how it is in the grown-up world. Yeah, but that responsibility means nothing if he just quits. Well, not everyone sees it that way. To truly take responsibility, you should have to work the rest of your life for no pay. That's very bad praxis, Emma. That's one tough grown-up world there. That is insanely bad praxis. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm going to take this to Gumshoe. Yeah, that is. Oh, hang on. What's going on here? We've got dialogue. Excuse me. Oh, it's Star. Would either of you care for a £1/4 pound of roast beef? Edgeworth wouldn't give it to us, so I guess you'll do. She's like 12, so having some weird ideas about the responsibility in the grown-up world makes sense. She's actually 16. They gave her age as 14 during the dark cases, and that was 2 years prior to this, so not quite 12, but still kind of a fucked up worldview. Miss Star, I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. What? Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't be attributed all to a mere coincidence. What do you even say to a comment like that? You say... Chat's gone crazy over the cow milk and the nipples and the cow udders, and I mean, I think the easiest thing you say to something like that would be something on the lines of and there you have it, chat. Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savoured when eaten. Is she propositioning us? Miss Star's hatred toward Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. So, hold on. Wait, hang on. So we know that she stabbed Goodman because it's been witnessed, and we have a photo of her with the car, and I don't actually doubt that she's seen Goodman get stabbed. But something about this doesn't make sense to me. Because if Goodman is... Where's the ID record? Where's the ID record? It's here, right? It's here. So, the ID record shows Goodman has gone into the evidence room at weed o'clock with 7/7s. They've gone to do some absolutely banging pot, and I think it's between here and here that he dies, right? So why then is Lana stabbing him? Why then is Lana stabbing him just after 5:14? It doesn't make sense. Unless pot's so banging they can't find all the broken pieces. Oh, I have a feeling this is going to tie into the jar, isn't it? So, what if, and just hear me out on this, chat, I know that this is some bullshit, right? And even my mind is saying, there's no way it can be this. But what if Lana is stabbing a corpse? What if he's already dead and she is stabbing him to create an alibi for someone? What if whoever 7/7s is, and at this point I have to assume it's the chief. If he has killed Bruce in the evidence locker, and then they're trying to pin it on Edgeworth by stabbing him with Edgeworth's knife and dumping him in Edgeworth's car and putting stuff into Edgeworth's muffler. What if she's just been seen creating an alibi or a diversion, or basically it's a cover-up of some sort. No. My head hurts from trying to piece that together, but I don't think it would be that, but, like, it's about all my brain can come to at the moment. Let's talk to Angel. Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell. You mean, because of his brother death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Lana Skye. My sister? The best of the best were put on that SO9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. So they were heading up SO9. I think we had this mentioned before. Lana and Chief Gan't. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why I was so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forging the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence-producing code was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. But you don't have any proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties, most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. So that kind of almost sounds like my theory on why she was stabbing Bruce. She's being used. Damon Gan't and Lana Skye. Gan't led the investigation, with Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His, magnetism? Hang on a fucking second. He already looks like Iron Taker, and now you're telling me he's got magnetism. Is he a grappler? Oh shit, we are getting thrown, chat. We are going to get thrown. He's going to do a 720, press the C button, and we will die. And the voice will say, distortion, finish! And then we'll be dead. Oh, I'm not looking forward to this now. No. By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Incredible evidence? You mean... Oh yes, there were rumours about him even back then. No one dared confront him though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would ever have recovered from his shock. And that's what makes it all the more infuriating. Mr. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Being used. Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief? That's right. Having solved the SO9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control. And then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. Oh, what? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change. At last, finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Mr. You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Hang on. So actually that theory I was cooking up before might have some basis? Because, hear me out on this. Something has happened in SO9 that means Gan't is able to take control of the prosecutor's office by proxy because he puts Lana in there. Something must have happened in SL9 which gives him a hold. So you remember like how in which case was it? In 1-3 in the Turnabout Samurai, right? The producer had a hold over Jack Hammer because she had dirt on him. So if Gan't has dirt on Lana, that means she does what he says. And she's being used as a pawn. Then if she is told by Gan't, move this body into Edgeworth's car, make it look like Edgeworth killed the guy, and she's taken this corpse and stabbed it and tried to stuff it in the car, and Star's just seen this because she's there. There's something to this. There's something to this, and I'm getting more and more and more intrigued because my brain is cooking spaghetti that shouldn't make sense. And yet the threads are becoming coated in the most delicious ragu, and I just want to eat more. Wait. Oh, fucking hell, we're doing food metaphors now. Alright, fine. Should we go back to the PD? Let's go speak to Gumcock. Okay. Criminal affairs. You're more of a carbonara fellow, personally. I love carbonara. I make a really good carbonara. I tend to use... I know that there's certain cheeses that you're meant to use, but I tend to use Gran Padano and cheddar. Sometimes I will use Gran Padano and Parmesan, but I actually prefer the Gran Padano and cheddar blend. The cheddar is cheap and easy to get, but the Gran Padano you can get... Carbonara is the best thing ever after... I'm just going to call that Rogue and I'm going to presume it's a dish made by stabbing someone in the back, because I can't pronounce that word. Rugale? Rogue, good enough. Alright, cool. Oh, you're back. You're still here. I've got to make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. I've got to admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not laying in the chief's office, period. I'd be my neck on the line. Perhaps it's the last crime scene in the SO9 incident. I have to take a look in there. Cheese sauce pasta is excellent. I love it. There's got to be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. We show him the resignation letter. We show him this. What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious. Cheese sauce gratin with cheddar and blue cheese plus bacon. I tell you what, there is a cheese from where I grew up, and you can't actually get it anywhere else in the world because it's got protected status. So there's like 3 creameries that make it. But imagine Stilton on steroids, and that's Blue Vinny. It's incredibly powerful stuff. I've baked it into a pie before, and the pie was actually almost a bit overpowering. It was like beef and blue cheese pie. Really tasty, but it's one of those things like you have to really like your blue cheese, otherwise it's just gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt a lot, but no, it's really, really delicious. Blue cheese on cheeseburgers as well. Chef's kiss. 10 out of 10. Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they've pushed him this far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted us detective to provide him with sound evidence, but we betrayed him. Detective? That's it. I've made up my mind. You like Roquefort and Gorgonzola? Probably better than most with blue cheeses. Yeah, I mean, if you like blue cheese, Blue Vinny is like the apex of blue cheeses. It's just one of those things where you have to approach it knowing that it is a cut above other blue cheeses in terms of strength, in terms of intensity especially. It's extremely intense. And I like that. I really like that in a cheese, especially you have Blue Vinny on crackers with a bit of cider with it. Lovely. Delicious. But here, take my ID card. We can't do that if someone found out. They wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this, for Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, detective. Thank you. Gumshoe moment number 2, yeah. Detective Gumshoe isn't very photogenic, is he? Whatever you do, just don't say that to his face. Look, his eyes are half shut. Yeah, and his mouth is half open. Hey, each of his shirt buttons is off a notch. And he's got the narrowing of his tie in front. And I think this goes beyond being a photogenic issue. He's not as dumb as he acts. No, I think he's just very honest. He has no guile. He has no guile whatsoever. Like, if I said to him, hold down back, and then either forwards and punch or up and kick, he wouldn't know what to do. He wouldn't know what that meant. Other characters would do it instinctively. Not Gumshoe. No. Gumshoe only does Hadoukens. He only does Hadoukens. He does not do Sonic Boom. He does not do Flash Kick. He does not do either of those things. So, we go back to the Chief's office then. Right, we're in the Chief's office. Here goes, Mr. Wright. This music is way too creepy. We're in. If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner. That's the wrong voice. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. I got the voices wrong there, chat. Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Ah, Detective Gumshoe. What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too. If you're here, what's the point in giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID card crushed and rendered unusable in the pocket. Hey, don't do that to my card. Okay. You hardly ever get a chance to come in, so I figured I'd walk around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out. I've got a bad feeling about this. I mean, he's obviously going to great personal lengths here. That desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's? Yeah, that's where I was waiting for Lana on that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. That's a strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see. So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk? No one except Chief Gan't. And the clean lady is in here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. Or can there? Could I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the S-Online crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why'd you ask? You don't think... Nah, you wouldn't be. No. No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay. Now then, let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy. What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go at that. Sorry. This guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gant, might be a suspect, do you? What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gan't. So it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. There you go, ignoring me again. I'm sorry, Gunners. Well, let's have a look at some stuff, then. Let's look at this. We've seen this picture. Gummers, yeah. I just gave him a nickname, didn't I? Whoopsie. This was taken on that day 2 years ago. The day Joe Dark ran out of the questing room and tried to kill Emma. After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture of it, then went along with Chief Gantt to question Dark. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later. You think? Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and just jump outside. This is the 15th floor. I know, I was just saying. Saying what? Ever since Megan Detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that. What? Killing yourself? Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams. As long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired. Don't say that. These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture on the left shelf. Hey! This is when Lana and I went to the theme park. This was Lana's desk. Sure, it's tidy. Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner. There's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here? No. Chief Gantt will still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were the stuff the legends are made of. Does he keep it in memory of her or in memory of the crime? The organ? The Chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the Criminal Affairs Department. That's on the second floor, and this is the 15th floor of an entirely different building. When a detective screws up, Chief calls him to his office and makes them listen to the organ for hours. What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul. After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except for the ringing in their ears. So it's an instrument of punishment, literally. But aren't the Chief's ears affected? He never listens to anyone anyway. That's beside the point. Interesting thing to say, though, huh? Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier... Oh, it's you two. Oh, Chief Gan't. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. A list of evidence? In most cases, list runs twice as long as this, though. Hey, look at the case name. SL9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? I said, I wonder what... No, about evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long. That's right, I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. A half-size list of evidence. The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it! The Chief must be hiding something about that case. It appears so. Let's have a look at this thing. Huh? What's this? I wonder what this is. It looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here. What is it? Did you find something? Can't make it out. I better keep quiet about it for now. Huh? No, it's nothing. Why are your eyes moving about like that, Mr. Wright? I better not forget about this picture. That looks like... You remember the memory flashback where Dark is stabbing Marshall? The pose is the same. It's the same pose. I found this inside the drawer. List of evidence for SL9 Mr. Edgeworth had the other half of that list. What does this be doing here? I better look a little more into this list. Nothing else over here? No. What's this? This is the real deal, isn't it? These armor and these weapons? Sure is, pal. Chiefs don't care for imitations. First the pipe organ, now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room? What? You mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. Based as fuck. She's gone the botchy route. You don't have any taxes to pay. Shh. Be careful what you say. Who knows? Chief might be hiding in this armor as we speak. I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out. Cut it out. You guys don't know how scary that guy can be. Yeah, she's going the Hitori Bocchi route. Did you know that Hitori Bocchi, her favourite food is natto with rice? And she also doesn't pay her taxes. She's a notorious tax fraudster. I've said this on stream before, and I will say it again, but tax fraudster Bocchi is my favourite meme of the last 10 years. Absolutely, hands down, my favourite meme of... Yeah, Bocchi commits tax evasion. You might know it as being popularised by Shitpost-chan. I don't know if Shitpost-chan actually invented the meme or if he just helped to spread it, but it's because of Shippo that I know the meme, and it's because of Shippo that I love the meme. So, in case anyone in chat doesn't know, it's from the anime series Hitori Bocchi no Maramara Sakatsu, and it's very good, you should watch it. Also, wah ha ha. Oh yeah, Yoshi doesn't pay taxes. Yes, I remember now, you're right. And then they applied it to botchers because she's, you know, you'd expect her to pay her taxes, but she doesn't. She refuses them. No. So what's this safe? This is a safe, isn't it? Safe? That word is ripe with intrigue. Comedy game called Turn It Boy Commits Tax Evasion as well. There is. It just left Game Pass, actually. I saw it leaving. I didn't realise that Signalis was on Game Pass until, well, the 1st of November. I'd have probably played it otherwise, because it's quite popular on streaming circles, but unfortunately, no, I didn't realise until just now, so it's gone. If you say so. Looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it. Okay. Wait. 7-digit number? Hang on. Is this 7 sevens? Do you know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birth date. It's, I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. Hold on. Isn't it a lesbian survival horror game? Yes! Oh my god, that got us in. What? Bingo. What number did you enter? Whose birthday was that, pal? 7 sevens, the final ID card number on that record. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean 777777777? That ID number. I think you won 7 shy this time. This can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number. Oh my fucking god. Say, anyone care to look inside? There are only 6 sevens there. Look, man, I can't count the number of sevens there. I just saw a wall of text and just reeled off a bunch, alright? Alright, we need to examine that safe. What's in the safe? Is there any money in there? How much do you have stashed away? Look, it's Is it a 9mm? Watch Gant's 9mm go bang. Wa-da-da-dang. Wa-da-da-da-dang. No? We should probably be glad for that fact then, chat. A shard from a broken cup. This someone looks familiar. I've never seen it. It's from the cum jar. This is from the cum jar. There's something else in here too. In Gumshoe's text. Yeah, I couldn't count how many. I just saw a wall of text, so I just reeled off a bunch of sevens. But yeah. What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth. Oh. This is a handprint, isn't it? Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think Chief made up that design? Ah, no worries, Parky. Thanks for swinging by, though. Don't spoil, all right? Because we're very close to like the big reveal in this case. So I appreciate you swinging by, but if you want to dip out at any point because we're near the end of this case and you're playing through it at the minute, then feel free. Absolutely feel free. Do not spoil this for yourself on my account, all right? Because this case is really fucking good, and I would not want anyone to ruin their experience of it just to, you know, to hang out with me. I do very much appreciate you coming by, though. But yeah, just if you need to bail, all right? Just don't spoil it for yourself, because I'm getting way too involved in this case, and it's so good. Why have I not played this game until now? Oh, it was just a thought. Is that it? This is all there was in that safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. Oh, it's so... I'm absolutely loving it. I'm just... More than anything, any anger I have is directed to myself for not playing these before this point. But at least I've managed to rectify that, right, chap? I've managed to rectify that. Piece of cloth with handprints on it, a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Great. Now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these two items related to the SL9 incident? Come on, there's got to be something we can show the detective. Well, first things first, the cum jar. We're gonna show him this jar and say, Gumshoe, put your Nendoroid in here, but just don't put it on the radiator until you've got a good coating, alright? Okay? To those in chat who don't know that meme, don't Google it, alright? Don't ever Google My Little Pony jar, alright? Never do it, ever. Ever. I'm gonna have something thrown at my... Ow! I predicted that coming. The massive goddamn spark bolt. I'm magnetized now, chat. I was actually thinking about putting some more redeems in. Ow! I was thinking about putting some more redeems into there. I don't know what to put in there though. I'm gonna kind of cook that up for a little bit. I might put an attorney's badge in there. I think that'd be kind of funny. I'm just trying to think of like what amusing things can I throw into the throw redeem to kind of make it really, really pop, you know. Anyway, we need to present him with the cum jar. So Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? I remember when 3 of us put that back together. Those were the days. It's kind of early to be nostalgic. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case? Can I do audio samples? You can, but you have to tie them to... You have to tie them to specific items, so it's a bit tricky to do. I have it on the objection redeem, for example. So if you do the objection redeem, then it has... Yeah, so it's very quiet for some reason, but it has different audio cues, and it will randomly pick one of them. I don't know how you do it with specific items just yet. It's kind of finicky, but I think it can be done. So I was thinking of having, like, the flame tank, you know, throw nod flame tank quotes at me, because that would be kind of giggles, right? That's right. One of the shards has an SL9 instant sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know that fragment we just found? You mean this one that was in the safe? Yeah, that one. That was in the safe. Now you mention it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Okay. Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do. Mr. Wright, here's some glue. If I can piece this together again, it'll prove Chief Gan't was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. I think it needs to be like that way? No, it needs to be that way, doesn't it? Oh, there. It fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gan't willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SO9 incident. But... Hey, guys, get a load of this. What is it? This piece you just attached. It's different from the others. Oh. Oh. There's a reddish line on it. A reddish line? It's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gan't hide this in his safe? Do we need to maybe, like, use the spray on it? Hold on. There's nothing inside the jar. It also still doesn't have a bottom, so I do not recommend putting your Nendoroids in there because it's just going to drip onto the radiator. It's going to be a very unpleasant sticky mess. Hey, look here, it's hard to make out, but there's a dark red stain here. It's like blood. This piece the Chief had is different, though. The blood stains on the other piece are just spots, but... Ow! This one's a line. I'm not sus, alright? That is odd. So the other thing we found was... It was a piece of cloth, wasn't it? Hold on. It kind of looked like that colour. Hang on a minute, let me just press the button a second. Okay, I'm back. It looks like that. Let's show him this. If I'm fine, I won't be able to give you any information, so that's why I have to get it out of my system now. You understand, don't you? Don't be so negative, Detective. We do want you to share your information, though. Why do I keep mentioning the jar if I'm not sus? Dude, we've literally got an unstable cum jar in the evidence train, right? Why would you have a jar if you're not going to put Nendoroids in it and then put that on top of a radiator? What other purpose does a jar have? Come on. Jam? You don't put jam in a jar. Comestibles? You don't put comestibles in a jar, right? Plants? You don't put plants in a jar. You put Nendoroids in the jar. You do stuff to the Nendoroids, you put it on the radiator. That's just how it's always been. It's not my fault the world is fucked up like that, man. It's not my fault the world is fucked up like that. You see? Did I really have to say the phrase "come on" when talking about that specific jar? Yes. Yes, I did. Oh, my phone. Never anything useful to share to begin with. Got to stay positive. So hang on. Let's have a look at the jar again.
This thing doesn't have a bottom. It's weird. I wonder which side is up.
Better yet, what's the purpose of a bottomless jar? At least it doesn't collect dust inside, right? Saying nothing. So we've looked at the blood stain. Right. Now the other thing was the piece of cloth, wasn't it? The other thing was the bit of cloth, but we need to have something to show Gumshoe that will tie this piece of cloth to SL9. Don't move, don't move, don't move. Hold on. List of evidence in the SL9 incident was ripped in half. Let's have a look at it. Does it tell me what's... No, we've got the thing on it. Maybe it's on the evidence list. Maybe it's on this evidence list. Let's try this. That's what the chief was reading before, isn't it? You know, when we first came in here? Yeah. It looks like the right side of the phone's been torn off. So, Mr. Edgeworth, this really was only half the whole thing. Something else is bugging me more than that. Take a look at the back of that phone, pal. The back. Yeah, we've already looked at the back. Wait. Wait. This is what Emma saw and what we've seen in the flashbacks. Joe Dark stabbing Marshall, but he's stabbing. He's not stabbing him in the back, is he? He's not stabbing towards his back. Like, he's stabbing down towards where the heart is, down towards, like, the torso, the front torso. Now, look at the autopsy report. Stabbed in the back. Stabbed in the back. The memories of the murder and the drawing of the murder don't match up with the autopsy report. Huh. And if we look at this picture here, you think he could have fallen on this thing? Like, do you think Dark could have pushed him onto that? But if Dark had pushed him onto this, why are these two in cahoots about concealing evidence? That don't make a lick of sense. So we've shown him the cum jar, right? And we need to show him something that ties that bit of fabric to 221 SL9. Is it this? Not that. Okay. Autopsy report? No, not the autopsy report. Case file? Yeah, we've already gone through this bit. One sec, chat. One sec. So I just check. We had to start putting the heating on because it's gotten very cold underneath. It's very hot inside my stream room though because PC Chan is beef as fuck. So yeah, that's the whole thing. So we've shown him that. We've shown him this. We need something that ties. Find blood traces. Find fingerprints. Well, maybe we give him this to take the handprints, huh? Detective Gumshoe, I'd like to have a look at this. Hey, I know what that is. You want me to take some fingerprints? That's a great idea, Detective. Alright, go to town, sheesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints. It's not your fingerprints we want to take. Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about the cloth we found in the safe. Oh, I knew that. The one with the handprints on it, right? Oh, sheesh, where's your sense of humour? Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Then, once they've been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away. What are you, Mad Mum? That's been told 1,000,000 times. Alright, let's get this over with. Oh, okay. Gotta take these prints, okay. Oh, here we go. We have a print. Give it my best shot. Purple rain? Yeah. That kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it? It doesn't look like we get a clear result from this print. Okay, let's try a different finger. Let's try a Gadgetto finger. Try this one. Oh, I see. We can use the mouse clicks to, like, imitate the stylus. That's kind of cool. Ooh, that's a very good print. There we go. There we are. We have a print. So it doesn't match Gant's at all. Doesn't match Marshall's at all. Doesn't match hers at all. Wait. What? What? No. That's Emma's fingerprint. That's Emma's fingerprint. What? No, how can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they? It seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints. Psst. Hey, you. Over here. What's going on here? What are that kid's prints doing inside Chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Here. Maybe you should hold on to this. Why are her fingerprints on a piece of cloth inside of the safe? I mean, he's given it to us, but we don't actually have any clear indication that they're connected to this at all. Beyond the only thing we have to go on is that they're inside his safe. Why is he? We know that she was there at the time of the murder. We know that she remembers some of it, at least. But why are her fingerprints there? Okay. Okay. I have nothing to cook on this one, chat. I have nothing. I've got absolutely nothing in the oven for this one, I'm afraid. Well, was I any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence.
Oh, that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat?
Chief Gan't! Oh, we didn't think you'd be back so soon.
Oh, fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out the window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Oh, just then I thought of a certain detective.
Do you mean, me, sir?
Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Oh, you in the coat.
Me, sir?
Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore.
Oh, you... Right, no, you are going... I am sending you to fucking jail, you asshole. You don't fire my boy. You don't fire my fucking boy. No. I'm gonna do it myself. I'm gonna end this motherfucker myself. I'm gonna send him to Super Brazil. I'm gonna send him to London. Alright? Sir.
Now get out.
Yes, sir. We'll be on our way too, then.
Wait, you, the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet.
Me, sir?
I'd like a word with you.
But, sir, I'm not a licensed scientific...
You with the spiky hair, you're free to go.
Mr. Wright. Why is he questioning her personally? Look, pal, if I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it. Now that I've seen the evidence Gan't was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time? Anyway, you're listening to me. I'm going to try to smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal. Where's Emma? After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'd be busy for the rest of the day. Huh. Okay, they took Emma away from us. I see. So the chief has asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing, not a single useful thing. Really, I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so, because of a certain individual. What's an intriguing notion? A certain individual, you say. So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, who, may I ask, is this person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly so frightened of. What is this person's name? It's Gan't. Because he's the one who... He installed her in the prosecutor's office. He's been... Right, she said he has control over the prosecutor's office via Lana. If they are a duo, right, and they've solved a massive murder case together, and then, you know, he's top of the PD, she's top of the prosecutor's office, they are equals, right? They are equals in rank. Neither of them outranks the other, and yet he's got a hold over her. The only way that he can have a hold over her is if he has some sort of dirt on her. Now, why are her sister's fingerprints on that cloth? If the cloth has something to do with the murder of Marshall, and her sister's prints are on that, if he says, you do what I say and your sister doesn't go to prison or get the noose, she will do what he says, right? It's falling into place like a house of cards covered in dominoes and tetrominoes. Checkmate. I'm sure it's Gan't. Well, Miss Skye? Mr. Wright, you are addressing the Chief Prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's somewhat ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offences. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gan't? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gan't. If you intend to accuse Chief Gan't, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gan't falsified evidence in that case. The evidence list. I just found this in a safe in the Chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SO9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gan't himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the Chief's orders. even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. In the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Orders? Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Oh boy. Just as I suspected. So actually I was pretty on point with that cooking. What? Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. The knife from the SO9 is Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edgeworth's knife? That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that's the reason for the bandage on your right hand. Yes, it seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. A star, huh? Oh my word. Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible. So, you hid Dark's knife. The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. Yeah, it's I thought I was going insane. I thought I was going off my rocker. I actually thought I was cooking bullshit. And it turned out the bullshit I was cooking turned out to be exactly the bullshit that made up the meat of this case. Alright, I'll roll with it. I mean, I'm very surprised. It turns out I cooked a 5-star meal. I'm Ainsley Harriott now, chat. Give your meat a good old rub. Yeah, boy. No, everyone loves Ainsley Harriott, myself included, so please don't take my comments as anything beyond standard Ainsley posting, because, you know, Ainsley's our boy. You know, he is our spicy boy. We love him. Ainsley, if you're watching this, we love you, man. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it in Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. That's Phoenix's territory. Don't go into Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. That's where Phoenix lives. Right, then I called my sister to tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone else on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gan't, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. To Marshall? Why would you call him? The lead investigator for the SO9 incident has been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden and I needed help. Oh, so she asked Goodman to go into... No, she asked Marshall to go to the evidence locker. I didn't see that coming. It turns out I've not cooked the dessert for this meal, chat. He was the only other person I could trust, or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean, not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubt he had must have disappeared. So, your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room? Poor Meekins. Poor Meekins. I feel sorry for him now. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But, Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, Don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. And the bottom of Edgeworth. Now, I'm pretty sure that that's already happening at this point, so, you know, I wish them many years of happiness together. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago? I'm lacking some needed infos, but I've got pretty much everything. Right. Trial time then. In the evergreen. No. Please don't slap me, cover core. I know it keeps on happening, but it's not my fault that Let Me Stay Here sounds like the save game jingle from Ace Attorney, alright? Alright. Yeah. Now, let me just cook for a second again, because I said before about that picture and the memory that Emma has of the murder doesn't match the autopsy report. Right. Now, there's a few possibilities, but we know that Dark is listed as the person who killed Marshall, right? So, the only question I've got, really, is why is Emma's handprint with you know, on that cloth in the evidence safe? Because if Dark went to kill Marshall, and then he's fallen backwards onto the point of the sword on that armor, it's still Dark who's killed him, right? It's still Dark who's killed him. Unless something else happened. What is the cloth? I think the cloth looks like part of Marshall's jacket. You know, the cowboy vest. It looks like cowboy vest. It looks like leather. So, if Emma's behind Dark when Dark is killing Marshall, how's her handprint got onto that cloth? That's what I'm not able to cook at the minute. This is kind of, it needs to go into the air fryer for a little bit, chat. We're going to air fry this just for a tiny tad little bit. By the way, if anyone is in chat who doesn't own an air fryer, you have my sympathies. Go buy one. Okay, here we go. This is the defendant lobby, right? But there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. I feel like this is Edgeworth. Yes, it's Edgeworth. Edgeworth! Knowing you've already figured it out. Who the owner of this 77's ID number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes right, and Chief Prosecutor Sky will be found guilty. She didn't do it. I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. It's the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth? Everything goes back to the SO9 incident. Don't be stupid, today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. Oh. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. Oh, that's different. That's some character development. He's always been very confrontational about this sort of thing. And yet here we are saying you might have a chance to work out what happened and why your name has been sullied. And he's actually considering it. See you in court, right? Interesting, interesting. This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gan't has on her, it's now. February the 25th, 10 AM. Courtroom number 9. Courtroom number 9. Courtroom number 9 large. Courtroom number 6 with extra dip. Andy, do the rest of the routine for me. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Gan't. Here he is.
Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, aren't you been back to the pool yet?
No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work.
Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that.
If you don't mind me asking, Chief, what exactly is this proposal of yours?
Oh, Lana, that is to say the defendant has asked me if she could speak directly to the court.
She wants to do what?
Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble.
Okay. So she's taking the stand to testify herself. But why is she testifying? She's testifying against herself to protect her sister, isn't she? The cloth has something to do with SL9, but we don't know what it is. We have no way at this point to tie it to SL9. We only know... The thing is, it's tangential, right? It's tangential evidence because her handprint's on there, and it's in the safe, but we don't know what it has to do with SL9. We have no indications to what it has to do with it. So I think Gan't has told Lana, I've got something on your sister, and if this gets out, she's going to get executed. She's going to hang. And that's why Lana's doing what he says. She's doing it to protect her sister, but I can't work out what that cloth is. What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request, and I'll be finished.
Well then, what's your request?
Your Honour, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial.
What?
I confess to all charges against me. On February the 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office.
No, Lana!
Ooh! Got to see some knee pit there, chap. You can't. Your Honour, the defendant's claim does not change the defence's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. But Lana... Your Honour, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please.
Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise.
This can't be happening.
It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant...
Come on, Edgeworth. Come on, Edgeworth. Come in clutch for us.
Objection!
Yes! My boy! Oh, I'm starting to like this character. I am starting to like this character a lot. He's getting more and more and more complex by the fucking second chat, and I live for this. One moment, Your Honour.
Mr. Edgeworth,
the prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. That is a very, very, very important point, chap. At least in UK criminal law, you have to prove guilt beyond reasonable doubt. You cannot prove guilt on circumstantial evidence alone. You cannot prove guilt on testimony. You have to prove beyond reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty, right? The legal test is completely different to the civil track. Civil is balance of probability, the most likely thing to have caused something. Criminal, beyond reasonable doubt. Always. Very important point. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature.
Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut,
I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gan't.
What?
Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. He's actually calling him on it straight to his face, and he's the prosecutor! What? With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes.
Some kind of deal? Oh, not everyone operates as you do, Worthy.
Yeah, he's going for the throat. He's not interested in just getting the defendant found guilty. He's interested in getting the right person found guilty. You remember in Turnabout Samurai, he started to act that way because he didn't just push for Powers to be found guilty. He pushed for a guilty verdict, but he pushed for it on the perpetrator. And that's really, really key to this guy's character development. This is... How the fuck have I not played this until now? I'm hanging my head in shame here, chat. I'm hanging my head in absolute shame. I thought so. Your Honour, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh, to whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call... It's going to be... Oh, Miss Emma Skye. I thought it was going to be Lana. I request the court hears her testimony. Hold it. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to... I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. We are cooking! I am really glad I didn't choose to stream anything else tonight. I'm way too invested in this now. Very well, the court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gan't?
Oh, worthy. You will live to regret this. Mark my words.
Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Oh, looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Calling Emma gets her out of Gant's custody. That's a good point. That's a very good point. Because while she's in Gant's custody, if she is being used to threaten Lana's position because of Gan't, taking her out of his custody actually protects her. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Skye. My occupation, I'm Lana's little sister. I want to be a scientific investigator. Oh, her occupation is in moto. Oh, so cute. Let's give her little head pats and then hope she doesn't splash scientific stuff in our face. Like, you know, concoctions that will explode our eyeballs or whatever. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time.
Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant?
Yes, it most certainly is.
Well, okay then.
He just accepts it. When you played this game, you had a friend who was recommending it for years. You get... Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. People have been saying to me, oh, you're into anime, you know. You should play Ace Attorney. Because of my job, and they've been telling me that for years now. And yeah, I watched the anime back in like 2017-18. I mean, I've forgotten almost everything to do with it, right? I remembered that Phoenix was called Naruhodo, and I remembered that Mia dies very quickly. But beyond that, I remembered dick bugger all to do with it. And then it's taken it coming to Game Pass and becoming readily available like this for me to actually get round to it, so... Hey, sure gave in fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. Okay. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshy rescued me. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. He can't have done. The autopsy report contradicts that immediately. The autopsy report contradicts that immediately.
It's a good thing you weren't harmed.
I passed out. I don't remember much.
That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder?
That will soon become apparent, Your Honour. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence.
Very well. The defence may begin its cross-examination.
I can't believe we're cross-examining our own assistant. This is brutal. Right, let's save that. I know where I need to actually present evidence because her account of the killing contradicts the evidence because the autopsy report directly contradicts how she said it's happened. We're going to press on everything though. So 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes. She was second in command under then Deputy Chief of Police Gan't. My sister. She was the best detective ever. Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gan't and Miss Sky used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office. That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. Okay. A man? Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take that elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Sky and Gant's office. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. So Neil rescued you. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were 2 people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gan't and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. I almost forgot about Gantt. Neil Marshall just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the question room after the ceremony. I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark. When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead. And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in? I don't clearly remember what happened then. But... We'll push on all points. But I think if we push on all points and then after we've pushed all points, we present the autopsy report, because there's an immediate and huge contradiction here. Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out. The lights? It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind. I see. I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. Here, Bob. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yes. That's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw? Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. The picture? Yeah, I think she mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? Ask about the picture. This picture the witness drew, I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we add this statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honour. So she drew a picture, seems to have been lost. You drew a picture of the senior witness, right? Yes, I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now, whenever I close my eyes. That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died, yet I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken? But I did draw, I swear. I'm not just imagining it. This picture that Emma drew, that reminds me. I guess I should check the evidence again. Well, anyway, let's continue. This scene printed an image in your mind. Can you please describe it to us? The man... I think we press here, right? We're going to press here, and then we're going to get back to it. We'll loop back to it, and we'll present the autopsy report, right? Present the autopsy report. Don't present it yet. Press there. That must have been a real shock. Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly. Tell us, what were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage. When lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. I was thrown aside and the two began wrestling each other. But I'm pretty sure I was watching them. Emma doesn't have any reason to lie, but Lana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much about this as she can. I'm going to try and present the autopsy report. Because look at this. He's stabbed in the chest. But you go to the autopsy report, stabbed in the back. Stabbed in the back. We're going to present the autopsy report to her and see what she has to say about it, alright? I'm sorry to do this to you, Emma. I really am. But here's my attorney's badge. No. Present this. What? That statement contradicts the evidence. It does, though. And it's railroading me into the picture, isn't it? The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. That statement contradicts the evidence. No, it doesn't. Sometimes the evidence doesn't make sense in this game. As much as I'm enjoying it, but... Right, let's try and present the picture then. It's obviously railroading me towards the picture. But let's... Yeah, here's the picture. A picture is drawn on the back of the evidence list in magic marker. Got a very bad feeling about this. If it makes you feel better, you've seen several streamers present the autopsy report in a statement. I mean, the thing is, it's a direct contradiction. You know, he was stabbed in the back. He's not been stabbed in the front. So it's a direct contradiction. So the statement does directly contradict the evidence, but the game is obviously railroading us towards this picture. So we'll try it. We'll try and play the picture. It is the picture. Okay. Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I was not handed such a picture. That may well be, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold! This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident? Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over. Turn it... what's this? Yes, what is that? Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew. Indeed. Two men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to the list. Ah? These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. So, you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What? So basically, what they're having us do is they're having us go through theatrics to make the second list to make the old incident relevant to the one at hand, right? So we've got two evidence lists. We're basically trying to make SL9 relevant to Bruce Goodman's murder, because if it's relevant to the murder, we can present it as evidence tied into the murder. You remember evidence law? You remember the evidence law that they were talking about before? We can only present evidence that's relevant to a case at hand, so we have to prove relevance before we can actually rely on it, right? So that's what we're doing. It's theatrics. Order! Order! But, Miss Skye, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in this questioning room, Your Honor. Okay. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor. Are you all right, Mr. Rudd? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Ping! Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth. It's possible. Let's see... Ah! Is something wrong? Do you even have to ask? Sorry, Your Honor. Was he just farting? Has he just cut one in court? Edgeworth. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. What? Out of nowhere. just noticed something, though. Hold on. Hold on. Look at this. I've just noticed something. You see this? You see there's these points here, right? Now, look at this picture. You see this? Is there a lid for this thing? Because if there's a lid for it, then actually you've got 2 points there, a point there. It would have the same number of points as the blue trauma, and it was in the office. There's something going on with that fucking jar. I'm gonna uncover your Nendoroids, Gan't. Mark my fucking words. That's the blue trauma. That thing was dancing in the evidence room. Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. So we've got the evidence list restored. Okay. Don. Very well. Witness, will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honour. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. Okay. Here we go. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Oh, wow. To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder prosecutor Neil Marsh. Now you know why he's been calling it the blue trauma. Because it's literally trauma. It's literally trauma. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Crunch go my knuckles. Right, we as before, we save before every single sort of when we go into every single bit. So did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first I was in such a state of shock I couldn't do anything. During that time, the investigation team was reorganised. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gan't and Lana Skye. 2 or 3 days later, maybe she's still be fresh in her mind. Excuse me, witness, but can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black? Okay. So, at the time, you didn't even notice Mr. Marshall had come to your rescue? No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor. You were knocked to the floor? Dark had a tight grip on me. When Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed. Poor Emma. I was glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed? So after that she faints. So you mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No, I'm sorry. The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. They've both said it now. Anyway, this picture... We press there. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course, this is the exact same. I wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives. Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated the memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. Better watch out, you might find some way to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture? Oh, well, we save, because the judge is about to... The judge is probably about to punish us. In the ass. Oh, hold on, thinking about ass. Okay, there we go. That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind, and yet there's clearly a contradiction here. Is it now that we present the autopsy report? Because she said she's seen him stab him in the chest. I'm going to try and present the autopsy report here because it's obviously a contradiction. Right? It is the autopsy report. Right, okay. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but the picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report? Is it the chest? It's the chest, isn't it? It's like the torso.
Take that!
I think it's this part here. I don't see what's so strange about that. That's because the drawing stinks. Mr. Wright, how could you? What? Are we going to lose bar because of that? Oh, you motherfucker! How does that? No, I'm not accepting that. It does. It literally does. It says he got stabbed in the back. So I say, okay, so the autopsy report is right, but apparently the fact he's been stabbed in the chest and the autopsy report says he's been stabbed in the back is not right. What the fuck? That don't make any sense. Right, we try that again. So, it's not his chest. So it's back? Is it his front? I don't understand what it's expecting me to do. If it's not the fact that his chest has not been the point he's been stabbed in, what is it? Because that's the contradiction. Try the blade. Okay, we'll try the blade, sure.
Take that!
The contradiction, of course, lies here. Does it? Take a look at the knife the man's holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken. Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright. But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. See, that is not something... We've had it alluded to before, but the contradiction that we were looking at was the fact that he'd been stabbed in the chest in her testimony, but he'd actually been stabbed in the back. I don't see how they were expecting me to reach that conclusion on my own without trial and error. That kind of... I kind of call it bullshit on that one, guys. It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma.
Objection!
And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. Oh, okay. I mean, so that they were kind of going off on an absolute tangent here. The translation's a bit weak in this moment because of that. It shouldn't have suggested which direction Emma saw the stabbing to avoid it. Ah, okay, so a translation issue. Well, fair enough. Fair enough. It's not the first time I've been had by dodgy translations, so, you know. I know that the localization team have had a hell of a job to do with this, and I guess it's bound to be. There's going to be, like, occasional slip-ups, so we'll let it slide. We'll let it slide. Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. That's right, but what does this mean? The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is that the witness' memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Ah! Oh, okay. Order! 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 Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honour, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. Okay? After receiving the King of Prosecutors award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gan't. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story there is a lie. Don't ask me to point out the lie right now, Judge, because it's gonna be some. It's gonna make me second guess every single decision I make here. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's? Could there have been one? Another broken knife? I don't think there could be another one. We'll save that because I feel like this is leading me into a trap. I don't think there is one. I think it's that suit of armor. I think it's the suit of armor, guys. Or the shield. The award. If the witness is adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error. Mr. Wright. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. Yeah, it has to be the award. I assume then that you have some information about this other broken knife. Oh god, I'm safe scum sissy here, chat. Safe scum sissy. Alright, let's go. If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. Has to be this.
Take that!
If anything's broken here, it's you. I'm sure this must all be very amusing to you, Mr. Wright. It's not the award. So, hang on. The sword's been taken out of the award, and yet the award with the broken knife, the statue. No, it's not the statue. I think we're going to have to present the picture. We're going to have to present the picture. Because the award, 2 years ago, the halberd was removed at Gant's behest, giving its current form, right? We already know, looking at this, look, there's a broken knife blade right there, and I commented before, the broken edge of the blade looks exactly the same as Dark's. And yet somehow, yes, the picture and then the suit. Yeah, but that's not broken. This bit is broken. So it's the shield. The shield is correct because the shield did have a broken knife blade in it, right? Do you have this other broken knife? Well, yeah, it's got to be the picture with the shield then. I feel like this particular section is actually very misleading in what it's expecting me to do, because it seemed very clear that the award is the point where it's broken. Because we've already been told it's had the knife taken out of it in the past, right? Right, we'll present that then. The answer lies in the past, 2 years in the past, right here inside this picture. This is a picture of the award. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding. The same award that I literally just presented. Make it make sense, chat. So far, like, everything that we've seen so far tonight has absolutely been top tier. And the actual trial, I'm wavering a little bit here, if I'm honest, because I feel like the translation is either being very misleading or the game is being very obtuse. I presented one without the broken blade, but the halberd was removed, right? So you present that. There is a broken thing in it. You explain to the judge there was one in there, and we know that it's been taken out. You think the logic is the award itself doesn't indicate the sword's removed? Yeah, I mean, I was expecting that would be something to explain. And maybe this is my lawyer brain interfering. Well, no, they can't use partial information, but that's why you present it and say, there used to be a broken knife blade in this. The picture supports this. The actual award is the evidence. The picture just supports the evidence. So you'd actually present the award first to an actual judge. So maybe this is just video game logic interfering with like actual courtroom logic, but it doesn't track. It doesn't track. It's actually like it's kind of disjointed, chat. If I'm honest, it's kind of disjointed here. Notice the award prosecutor marshal is holding. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Order! 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 Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in that dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh? And why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors' award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Oh! But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Oh, who's holding it? Wait, I remember now. I remember everything. Witness? Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? His list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back. Why is the blue trauma here? I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Skye? Yes, Your Honour. First the knife mix-up and now the blue trauma. This should be interesting. Alright. Can you just recall it properly though, Emma? I've trusted you up to this point. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue trauma. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. I'm calling it the blue trauma now, for fuck's sake, chat. This is certainly most unusual. Try impossible. The Chief of Detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Oh? Stop, please, don't pursue this any further. Lana, what's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. But you can't do this, I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Skye. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence! The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. Well, it seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. Alright. Okay. Hang on. Right. We save again now. Because I'm pretty sure it's gonna try and bamboozle me again. It's gonna try and bamboozle me again, isn't it, chat? Alright. When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark. Yes, at least I think it was him. You think? All I could really see was shadows. The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports. So then you panicked and rushed towards both. Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall. She seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife. But as we just theorised, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, I didn't know that at the time. Oh, wait, hang on. But if Marshall's holding the knife, if Marshall is holding the knife, and this has her handprint on it and it's from his jacket, And she's pushed whoever's holding... Oh, fucking hell, you stupid girl. Okay. When that dark guy knocked me down, all I could think was I've got to help that other person. Oh, Jesus. Oh, God. What do you mean you think? It all happened so fast and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. When I did, it's all kind of a blur. Miss Sky was almost killed before she was witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural. I saw the man about to stab the other person who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife.
What you did was very brave, young girl. So, what happened next?
You saw the blue badger. Are you sure about this? Of course. See? I even drew a picture of him here. But it was the chief of detectives who thought up this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The blue badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable. I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling I'd seen him somewhere before. It's the jar, isn't it? The blue badger is the jar. Because look at the handles. Look at the handles. Right? Now look at the drawing. There's a lid to the jar. We're missing the lid. We're missing the lid. Now I finally remember. She remember. Hey! Oh, brother. Just when you thought that thing had caused enough confusion.
Tell us, where did you see him dancing?
Yeah, I remember that. Wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. We'll press that. His shadow. So you mean you didn't actually see his face with its winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns. This is pointless. That thing couldn't possibly have existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation. I have a save. Literally right fucking there. Edgy boy. If so, then by all means, please tell us what this shadow really was. What was it Emma saw when the lightning flashed? Who is this blue badger really? I just might know. The blue badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture. Yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defence's belief that on this fateful day, 2 years ago, that Shinsuke Kyosei saved his game right then and there. There was indeed something that looked similar to the blue badger. Something is now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright. Oh, it's now's the point I should have saved. Alright. So it's when the music changes and we get that sort of doodly doodly doo music going on. Okay.
In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instant? Please show us this mysterious blue badger lookalike.
It's the unstable jar. It has to be.
Take that!
The mysterious blue badger was in fact this. But that's...
What exactly is that?
It's a cum jar, Your Honour. Let's not go into what it's used for. I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint?
Our viewpoint?
I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this from. Ha. What? Wait, is it... Oh, is it upside down? Hang on. HNBM. And now you have the second half of the trauma to the players have to make it look like the blue trauma. Yeah. Be like this, wouldn't it? Would it be like this? If we get this wrong, are we going to get penalised? I mean, that kind of looks like it, doesn't it? Cyber said we don't. No penalty for messing this up. Ah, yes. Sorry, I'd missed that in the chat, so thank you for clarifying, Cyber. I was so invested in what was about to happen that I missed that, so yeah, my bad,
Take that!
This isn't right.
Objection!
Allow me to remind the defence his case hinges on the witness's drawing. If Mr. Wright can't match the shape the witness drew, we cannot accept his claim. Got to find just the right angle. Come on, Mr. Wright, you can do it. Got to show them the correct angle. So look at this from. Oh boy, we just get to just keep trying. Right, okay. It has to be that it's upside down. Right, so it's like. But then, more like this, I think. We had the right idea, the game's just picky. Do we have to make it look more like that? That just, you know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of Claydol from Pokemon, but just really fucking pregnant. It's a pregnant Claydol.
Take that!
Oh my god! What? I had the right idea, but the game's just very picky. Okay. Okay. Do we have to do it the other way round, perhaps? You thought I had it there. Okay. Try that. Fucking hell! Oh my god. Okay. So we can just do this as much as we want then. Alright, I mean, that's something, I guess. So is it like, am I on the right track at least? I must be on the right tracks. You've kind of said that, maybe we need to do it this way round? Let's try that, huh? Fucking hell, I've absolutely cocked this up. I should just use the keys, really. Right, so it's like that right now. Okay. Now let's rotate it to about there, right? And then pull it up there. Is it the other way around? Like, is it like this way around? The front way? Maybe? Ah, this might be it.
Take that! Objection!
Okay. Okay. I think it has to be this way, because look, the vertical bits hinge downwards, right? So it'd be like that. The fucking music. The fucking music. I tell you what. Yeah, send the picture on over, and if I don't get it on this try, I'll have a check.
Take that!
Yeah, send me the picture. I don't get what it's asking me to do. I don't understand. Ah! Discord open. Oh fucking hell! That's so. We've had it so close to that. Surely it should get us like, instead of just the right angle. Surely close enough should be like, you know. Surely close enough should be all right. 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 Okay. Well, I'm just gonna do it like you sent me on Discord. So thank you, Ara. I don't like having to get handheld to this degree, but I think this is one of the instances that justifies it. So it's like that. The thing is, it doesn't. The angle. I can't quite match the angle. Let's try about that. About that. Yeah.
Take that!
There we go. Well, is this a miracle or what? Yeah, I think it is. I think it is. No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the Blue Badger. No, it can't be. Order! Order! The defense has proven its claim. Eventually, the mysterious blue trauma witnessed on the day of this crime was actually this cum jar. Although we have all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a cum jar. That doesn't change anything. Actually, it does. Why does Chief of Police Gan't have a cum jar in his office? Why are our tax dollars funding this? I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed. Very well, then. Please tell us. The world is truly hecked up. Yeah, it is, isn't it? Very, very fucked up. What's different now that we know the witness saw this jar? Would it be the location? Is it the location? Yes, it has to be the location. Because look, the jar is on that shelf. And the shelf was against the wall. The window's like over here somewhere, isn't it? The window's over here somewhere. In fact, no, that's by the suit of armour. That's by Gant's desk. That's on the opposite side of the room. That's on the opposite side of the room. It's this. It's this, isn't it? It's the suit of armour. Right, I'm saving there. I'm going to say the location. The murder... No, it's the murder weapon. The location works, but the murder weapon is also different. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gan't. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gant's office. Oh. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body? All three answers were right, yeah. From Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office. Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through that trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? Finally figured it out. How to use the save button. No, I figured that out a long ass time ago. I think you guys are well aware of that by now. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall? Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? Ah! The suit of armour, holding a very sharp and dangerous-looking sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the arm was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes, there is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility? Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually prosecutor Neil Marshall, mean, Mr. Marshall died because of me? Oh! No! Fuck! I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. What? What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Skye, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? But she's sweating now, look. Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me. We save again there, because of course we do. Do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Oh no! And that's why Gan't has this. It's security, it's an assurance. It's his insurance against Skye going out on her own. Because if he reveals this, Emma hangs. Because she killed a police officer. Oh. Jesus! Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Honk honk, motherfuckers. Touché, Miss Skye. Of course. That only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. Wouldn't the panic and stress of the moment make her unable to be judged? Kind of like self-defense, even though she's self-defensing against the wrong person. Now, it would depend on the jurisdiction and how they deal with killing of police officers. At the very least, she's responsible for manslaughter, right? Even though she has not had intent, someone has died by her actions. So in that situation, it would be manslaughter that she would be faced with, and she would still be. I mean, in the UK, manslaughter I think carries up to it can carry up to 30, 40 years. I think. Hold on, let me just have a quick look at this chat. Let me just have a quick look. Manslaughter max sentence UK. Oh, okay. So the maximum sentence for manslaughter you can get in the UK is life. Let's have a look. For minors. Hold on. So I'm just having a quick look at this chat because I'm really kind of interested. Manslaughter sentence UK under 18. Hold on, I'm just having a quick look here. It only says murder. However, a court can give a life sentence for other serious offences like rape or armed robbery. So basically, in the UK, yes, a juvenile could go to prison for life for manslaughter. It would depend on the severity of the circumstances that led to the death, right? So most of the time, if you go to prison for manslaughter for life, it's usually gross negligence that causes it. So if, say, you've been driving a car drunk off your tits at 120 miles an hour down a motorway and you plough into a family car and you kill that family, You've not killed them purposefully, but your negligence has caused their needless deaths. You're going away for life. You ain't coming out. They're throwing away the key. If you're a minor, well, you're still responsible for your own actions. You know, you might be a minor, but over a certain age, you are legally able to be tried. You're responsible for your own actions. You've made the choice to get blackout drunk and get behind the wheel of a car, even if you're under 18. So yeah, I mean, the court probably would sentence someone to life imprisonment for that sort of situation. You don't get a reduced sentence, no, not by default. It's all dependent on severity. Being a minor does not automatically reduce your sentence. It's at the court's discretion. So it would be very much up to the jury would decide guilt, the judge would decide the sentence, and if the judge decided the sentence actually had to be life, then life is what it's going to be. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life, in one manner or another. That's impossible. Oh, hang on, we're not going back to that stupid note that we had in the Turnabout Sisters, are we?
Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? I've got to think that's the court record.
The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind. It's this, isn't it? It's on the jar. Wait a fucking second. It's death. It's death. Bye, Emma. You've been a nice young lady, but bye. You know, your death is basically assured at this point. It's in the evidence. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Sniff, sniff. Do not be mistaken, Miss Skye. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek, the truth. No matter how painful it may be.
Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased.
It's this. It is this. This is the message left by the deceased.
This is that blue badger from before, right?
Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. It's like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here on the surface of this jar.
What do you mean?
If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Edgeworth just been accused of murder twice, but now he's just going all out. Yeah. Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away.
Yes, there is a line here drawn in blood.
So what you're saying is these dots were once lines. Oh, are we gonna have to play fucking connect the dots now? Are you kidding me? Alright. We're going all in on this DS Silas bullshit, huh? Alright. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent. No!
Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us?
Your Honour, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. We are going to have to play connect the fucking dots, aren't we? Alright. Got to connect these dots to make letters. Cyber, am I going to get told off by the judge if I fuck this up? I assume no. There's only one thing the victim would have written given the circumstances. His murderer's name. Wait, what? Oh, I see. Can't do anything there? Don't know, sorry, there's no penalty bar, so probably fine. We'll try it.
Take that!
It's the defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Of all people. She may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. Jeez. Well, that's kind of fucked, huh?
Seaworthy, can't say I didn't warn you.
Hello, Gan't. Chief Gan't.
Do you understand the implications of what you've done?
What? What are you talking about?
2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction.
Objection!
But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer, that's undeniable.
I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice.
What?
We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter, even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence of forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied.
Oh boy, we're rioting again. What's going on at the prosecutor's office? They might have sent an innocent man to his death. How could he just stand there like it wasn't his fault? Order! 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 Judge is angry. The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. Oh, okay, so we made it to the trial latter. Okay. I can't unhear it. No, 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 no. That song is actually surprisingly difficult to play on the drums, you know. Just because the beat is very awesome. It's like... There's loads of, like, double hits in there. Like, I play hardcore punk. I'm not used to playing, like, intricate little ting-to-ting-ting fucking jazz shit, you know. I just hit stuff really fucking hard. Alright. 1206. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 2. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. Hardcore punk? Yes. That's the genre that my band is classified under. We're hardcore punk. Even if we're very heavy hardcore punk, that's how we describe ourselves. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Gumshoe? Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Oh, you look so sad. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run around while on duty, and to top it off, you call me. I've seen happier people at funerals. I take it Lana's having you on errands again. Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence. Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day. You must know the two rules of evidence law. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Is that right, Mr. Wright? Seems so. You could at least study some evidence law, really. The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're gonna need this book. Him. I guess I need to give this book a thorough read. Let's have a look at it and see what it says. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. I mean, point 2 is just basic. You know, it's something I deal with every single day. Rule 1 doesn't apply to my particular area of law, but I think this is a warning. I think this is a warning. There's a trap coming up. So, if we're taking on the Chief of Police, we cannot rely on any evidence which he has not approved. And if we try to raise unregistered evidence, then if it's irrelevant to the case that's on trial, specifically the case on trial, the one that we're dealing with Goodman's murder, it will be thrown out by the court. I know enough about like legal traps to be able to smell one. Okay. Just roll my shoulders, get my neck put back in place. There we go. Okay. Don't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the Chief Prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, Detective. Oh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me? Mr. Edgeworth. The real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you're unaware of. Emma Scar found out she unwittingly caused a man's death. And now, you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, Detective. Actually, let me just check. Are we actually in... We're in trial latter, so final day trial latter. This is the final stretch. This is the final boss. This is the final boss fight of Ace Attorney 1. And I am so fucking ready for this. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead... That's what I said! That's what I said! Isn't it? You remember earlier? I mean, I know we've gone through it, but yeah. She stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer's still out there. What? And we're going to expose him. No matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Okay. District Court, courtroom 2 number 9s, courtroom number 9 large, courtroom number 6 with extra dip. Andy, take over again, please. I don't remember how it goes after the extra dip. What do you mean you're a dip? I'm a dip. Oh, for fuck's sake. No, I'm not going to big smoke post, alright? I'm not going to go into big smoke posting, okay? Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Dip gumshoe. Okay, yeah. You got me there, Ara. You got me there. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honour. The Inquiry Committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honour. Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness, but, this isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have, struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses? I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking, and... Very well, Your Honour. I have a solution. A solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defence to call forth all further witnesses. What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defence accepts the prosecution's proposal. I think it's worth going out on a limb here, chat, just for 1 second. So, the law sometimes seems like it's extremely rigid, right? And processes and protocols can be extremely rigid. However, there is almost always scope to bend those protocols where needed, right? There's 2 different schools of thought here, right? So you've got the letter of the law, which is the law says this, therefore we must follow the letter of the law exactly, right? Then there's the spirit of the law. The spirit of the law is to ensure justice for all, right? So sometimes the letter of the law is actually antithetical to the spirit of the law, so they come into conflict with one another. So there's been several situations where I've been in where actually I've had to bend protocols and processes just a little bit to make sure that we can actually, you know, fairly have a matter determined. And it's something you've got to be really careful with, because if you go about it incorrectly, or if you try and press that as an advantage, you're gonna get like you're probably gonna get barred from working in the sector ever again, right? You'll probably get barred from working there ever again. But if you can justify doing it, and you can provide strong justification to say the process has actually failed us, therefore we the defendant have this agreement. This is our solution to this. We appreciate it's a bit weird and it's outside the scope of what the rules would normally say, but it actually is agreeable between both parties, and we just want the court to sanction this and just say, yeah, okay, well, not sanction. Sanction in law is punishment. But if the courts say, yes, we will approve this, we will allow this because it allows us to carry the spirit of the law out, then it is something where sometimes you have to do it. Sometimes you have to do it. And it's very, very rare, but I kind of take a bit of pride in thinking that actually it's one of those things where I have a good track record with that sort of thing. I can normally think up pretty creative solutions to weird situations and get them dealt with. So that's a cool little aside for you, There is actually strong grounds for this being a thing that happens. Put it that way. Dun dun. Then it's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Rice, you do realize this is your last chance. Last chance to save. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. The defense calls. The time's finally come to bring out the real murderer. See, I think the obvious choice is we bring out Gan't, right? The obvious choice is we bring out Gan't, but let's save before we do it. I call my attorney badge to the stand. Let's ask Gan't to come. Damon Gan't. The defense calls Damon Gan't to the stand. Damon Gan't? What does he have to do with anything? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gan't has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honour? True. All right. Bailiff, please escort Mr. Gan't to the stand. Okay, I call my attorney badge to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation.
What is this, some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch.
Your name and occupation, sir.
Worthy, are you sure you want to do this?
Your name and occupation. Oh, he's doing the pause thing again.
So, you want to play hardball, eh?
Please, Mr. Gan't.
Oh, fine. My name is Damon Gan't. I'm the acting chief of police.
Now then, Chief Gan't, the court requests to hear your testimony.
Oh, righto. What's with the grim face?
First, let's clear up this SL9 incident.
Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already.
There are still some things unaccounted for.
Oh? Like what?
Give me just 1 second, chap. Give me just 1 second. I just need to send a quick message. Like the role you played in all of this. Hang on. There we go. Okay. Just asking the wife to turn the heating off, that's all. Like the role you played in all of this. He's tugging the forelock.
Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Oh, so it's his 9mm that goes bang. Okay. Weapons?
Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to.
What? Is that true?
I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify.
Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks.
Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you.
That's a death threat, it basically is, yeah.
Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony.
SO9 incident. Okay.
As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery.
I mean, the thing is, you could argue that Lana is not strong enough to arrange the crime scene. You remember, like with the Steel Samurai case, where there's no way that Vasquez could have arranged things. But Lana Skye can kick over an oil drum because she's very strong. So, is that when Doc was arrested?
Him? No, he was lying on the floor unconscious.
Ooh. Hang on.
When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Doc bumped his head.
I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut. If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I better hit him hard and fast. Okay. So is it telling us that we get a limited amount of presses? All right. Final boss time, chat. Let's go. Let's nail this bastard. As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day. No press limit. Excellent. Let's press the fuck out of this dickhead.
No, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Doc and made him run away like that.
Was the defendant Lana Skye also present in the room?
I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Doc ran for it.
So the two of you ran immediately after him, right?
That's right, but Doc made it to the elevator first, so Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. I guess you could say he got lucky.
What's this about a power outage?
Oh, that. The elevator stopped all of a sudden. I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil was when that knife went into his heart, though.
That's not funny. Do police chiefs really have the right to refuse to testify? That I don't know. I don't work in criminal law, so I can't actually offer any comment on the accuracy of that statement at all. Because I don't work with police, I can't offer any sort of insight there, I'm afraid. Your best bet is to have a look at probably Wikipedia. That will probably give you at least some indication, but I think that if they do have the right to refuse to testify, it would have to be balanced with the fact that it would carry very severe reputational damage depending on what they were refusing to testify on. Could you tell us what you saw?
It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together.
Doc was also like collapsed on the floor?
Yeah, apparently his head was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls.
Lana and Emma.
Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done.
How can you know that?
Because of the victim's body, it had already been moved.
So that means you found the body near Lana's desk?
That's right. I think you said earlier, it was my suit of armour that really stabbed the prosecutor.
Yes.
Anyway...
Would we... I had nothing to do with the forgery. Let's press him on that. But... Why would he have those bits of evidence in his locker? Something stinks here. So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time that you arrived at your office?
That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt, but moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter what the circumstances.
Is that how it really went down? Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you'd be better off staring at the court record.
Worthy, worthy. Always a smooth talker.
But which piece of evidence ties Gantt to the forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence, but that can't be the whole truth. Somehow I've got to link Gantt to the incident. Something that links him to the incident. Surely it's not the blue trauma again. The evidence list? Half of this list was found in Gantt's desk. I think we present the evidence list on the last point. I'm going to try that. I'm not going to do anything with that bit of cloth because I'm really, really nervous that that bit of cloth could cost us the trial. Like, if we present that at the wrong time, I'm pretty sure Emma hangs. Like, I'm reasonably sure that will cost us the trial if we present that willy-nilly. So I'm holding on to it for now. Let's go to the end point. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Here's the evidence list. We'll try that, right? We'll try the evidence list. It is the evidence list. Oh, cool. You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery, but I'm afraid that's a claim you can't back up.
You explain yourself.
Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this list, for example. That's the list Emma Sky drew her picture on. This was discovered in your desk. Not only that, but a piece of this jar that was sitting in your office was found inside your safe. It was found where? You see, Chief Gantt, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation. Ooh, the music. Chief Gantt, what's the meaning of this?
Oh, here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy.
So you admit to it then? That you were involved in the forgery?
Who, me? Or do you mean you?
Me? What would have anything to do with that?
Well,
You were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence.
prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto?
However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation.
Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment.
I can't read that line seriously! Please, Gantt, don't punish my dick. Oh god. CPT. Yeah, we're going straight on into chicken and sphere torment here, chat. Oh boy. I'm surprised no one's thrown anything at my head for that. I got away alright there. What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, end up paying her work. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene.
My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together.
Oh boy. Okay. Hold on, just a sec again, chat. Just a sec again. Sorry, just making sure. If the heat's still on, no, I'll have to pop down. Just make sure it goes off. There we go.
Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have just planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way.
Okay. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol.
You do understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences.
Oh.
Indeed, I believe I will press charges so you won't make the same mistake again.
My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know.
All right, RG, in return though.
I know. That place, right. What are these guys, telepathic? No, they're just, like, lovers, I guess. Evidence of forgery, okay? Okay, we're going to bez in a save again there. Ow! Oh my god, I hope you didn't hear that, chat. That was my neck. Let's press everything again. I'd appreciate it if you stop making these ridiculous allegations.
Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that.
What? I'll have you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cattle ranch and did... Mr. Wright, what are you saying?
Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're going to need it later.
Later? What are you talking about?
What else? I'm talking about when Writer's prints are found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe, they would prove his investigation was illegal.
Oh, I've never faced anyone as slimy as this guy. What do you mean by that?
This is all purely hypothetical, of course, but suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery.
If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery...
I'm not through speaking yet, Writer. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered.
If they were found after Dark was convicted, they're worthless. Okay. Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation?
It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialised the day after Dark was sentenced.
Oh, wouldn't that be convenient? Right. The Chief is talking about a possibility. So long as you can't rule that out, your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Tell me something I don't know.
Come now, Writer. Think about it.
We're going to press him on everything, right? How can you look me in the eye and say that?
Because I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil?
I'm not sure I care for the word murder here. Even the judge is making, like, comment there. But in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye.
Well, now do you see?
Really, Chief Gan't? At the very least, there's one large benefit you've reaped from all this.
No, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit?
That would, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police. Oh! The resolution of the SO9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive.
Oh, that's a good one. Do you really think I'm that incompetent?
What do you mean?
Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SO9 merely sped up the inevitable a little.
Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes. He was going to be made chief anyway.
Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at.
So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else.
Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There it's out in the open now. Gee, would you mind if I change my testimony a little?
By all means, please do. I wouldn't be anyone's...
I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me.
Okay.
Hold it!
Nothing in it for you.
Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you better think again.
You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone.
Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised.
You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though.
Oh, that's a good one, Worthy.
Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? Point out accomplice. Would there have been anyone that him forging evidence would have helped? Unless it's Lana to get her into the prosecutor's office. Hang on. So, assuming that Lana has found her sister having killed Marshall, right? Let me cook, chat. Let me cook a second. So, Lana finds Emma having killed Marshall. She's pushed Marshall. There is a handprint with her fingerprints on the guy's jacket, right? We know that her fingerprints are on something in the safe. So let's assume it's come off of Marshall for a second. Now, if Gan't says, I will make sure that you become the chief prosecutor, but you will do what I say, or I will make your sister swing from the gallows. It gives him a motive because if he has someone he can control in the prosecutor's office, he controls the law. He controls all law enforcement in the city. I'm going to finger Lana for this. I could have worded that better. I could have worded that a lot better. But, you know where I'm going with this. Point out accomplice. Shut up! Ow! Ow! Ah! Why? True, you might not help out anyone for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Oh yeah, that means something different in the EU. Yeah. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. It's just like in America back in the 50s, people used to use solid dick for a hard talking to, which led to, of course, the hilarious comic book strip where Captain America needs some solid dick from an Iron Man. Well, Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the Chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I mean. Very well, then. Excuse me? Who's the person you believe Chief Gan't may have helped forge evidence? Lana. Because he's put her in the prosecutor's office.
Take that!
Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye, the defendant? I believe it quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. You remember reading about boner being used for mistakes too, and a comic strip about Joker showing everyone how big of a boner he could make. Yeah, actually, yeah, I am aware of boner being used to actually mean like mistakes. I think it's where boneheaded comes from as well. So like, you know, if you're boneheaded, you know, a boner is something stupid, right? Someone who's boneheaded is someone who's not very intelligent, right? Or they're a bit dim. So yeah, I mean, actually, slang back in the day was wacky by today's standards. Who would want to help it more than your own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gan't, he would have also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. Boner is also pronounced the same way as the French word for happiness. Bonheur. Bonheur. Throbbing erection. Surrender pod. How's my French doing? Is it any good? I think it's pretty good. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? Ow! Ow! After the SL... Ow! 9 incident was resolved. Lana Sky was appointed Chief Prosecutor at the Prosecutor's Office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gan't. But how would he profit from all of this? He would be able to use the Chief Prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean to tell me that despite the Chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? This fucking guy. Oh, wait. You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind. Admit it, Chief. Right, give me a sec, chat. I just need to just pop to the toilet very, very quickly. Just give me a sec, give me a sec, give me a sec. That's the one, isn't it? Yes, okay. I'm back, chat. I'm back. Sorry about that. I was a little bit desperate for a wee-wee just then, I'm afraid to say. Okay. You assisted Lana Sky in forging evidence. Your motive? To appoint her as Chief Prosecutor so you can control her.
Righto, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something.
What?
Do you have any proof of this, that I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing?
Lana? She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gan't. I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Which one would that be? Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The Chief Prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Edgy.
Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt.
Just what do you mean? What he means, Your Honour, is that Chief Gan't is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? Damn. Order, order, order! I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. No, he's Phoenix Wright, he's not Axel Sirius, so he cannot be serious. I'm sorry to use you for comedy, Axel, but it is what it is. Goodbye. This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? That's impossible! Your Honour, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easy-to-understand language. Sniff, sniff. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. It looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this. Done! Can I prove this, Mr. Wright? Can I? That's the question. I think we might need to go to the ID card record. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gan't is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. Oh, I'm getting nervous now. This is like... I'm pretty sure we need to tie him into this with the... because we know that Bruce Goodman... Hang on, let's think this through a minute. We know Bruce Goodman died before he's been deposited in the trunk of that car, right? We know as well that Gan't has gone into the records room here because this is him, the evidence room. This is him going in there. Goodman's gone in with him. Okay. It's how do we prove it? That's the question. I see. All right then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got. It had better be good. Oh boy. Right. Here we go, chat. We're gonna roll some fucking dice here. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gan't to the murder of Detective Goodman. I'm gonna play the ID card list. It has to be that. We're looking at the list, the murder of Goodman, the ID card record. We present that. This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7 sevens.
Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number.
It's your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7 digits? You don't mean... I'm afraid so, Your Honour. The code was 7 sevens. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gan't, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Oh my god, look at his face. Oh boy. You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. We've got him on the ropes now, chat. Order. Order! Chief Gan't, what do you have to say?
Nothing.
What?
The defence's search of my office was in violation of regulations.
And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gan't, so you admit it. You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime?
What about it? I'm chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go anywhere I want.
Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone?
I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room.
Detective Goodman wouldn't happen to be with you that day, would he?
Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days.
You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Gan't? I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? You're a nut. You're crazy in the coconut. What does that mean? No, let's not do the avalanches again right now, chat. Okay? Okay. This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honour. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gan't met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Okay? He wants evidence. How about D's nuts, Judge? How about... my evidence is D's nuts. What do we got? Only... it's the evidence locker, isn't it? Because Goodman's evidence locker was open and only he can open it, right? Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gan't on the day of the crime. Okay. Is it the note? Is it the note, do you think? 221 SL9? I'm debasing myself here, chap. It's one of two things, right? It's one of two things. Either it's the evidence locker, which I don't think it is, because the evidence locker just proves that Goodman was in the room with him. It proves that Goodman was in the room, because only Goodman can open this, right? Only Goodman can open this locker. But it doesn't prove that he went to meet Gan't. I think it's the note. Let's try it. No, it's got to be something more solid than this. On that day, Detective Goodman had to go see Chief Gan't. Okay, so it's not that. It's not that. So it's not actually the memo. Is it the... 221? Is it the SL9 file? Closed. I don't think it is this. Because it's closed, but it doesn't give us a date. Let's try the evidence locker. No, it's not the evidence locker. What's it expecting me to get? Is it the case file then? Is it the case file? We'll try the SL9 incident file then. Okay, so it's random bullshit go. It's random bullshit go time then. All right. It's expecting me to show that something to prove that Gan't and Goodman met up at one point. I mean, the SO9 case file proves that they met up at one point, right? The evidence locker proves that Goodman was in the room and has unlocked this, but something that proves Gan't and Goodman met up at one point. Do we even have anything? It's something I haven't used in a while. Is it the ID card? Found at the prosecutor's office crime scene. No? Something I haven't used in a while. Present the blue trauma. Really? The autopsy report? Something that proves Gan't and Goodman met up at one point. It's not the note. The note, I mean, the note would suggest they're both involved with SL9. It suggests that they've been meeting. Okay. This is just random bullshit go time, isn't it? This is just random bullshit go until we get the right answer. Alright. No, it's not that. I had the right idea earlier, just the wrong item. I don't know what other items I've got that tie them together. So something that says SL9 on it. We've tried that. It's not that. We've tried the actual file itself. It's not that. Why Goodman needed to see Gan't the day he died? Well, he needed to see him because these files get archived in a sealed vault after 2 years. 2 years post the point that they are solved, right? This is solved, but it's not this. We've already tried this and it was wrong. Why Goodman needed to see Gan't on the day he died was there's something fucky about this. Unless it's the knife. Like, maybe it's the knife. No, it's not the knife. Okay. I can't piece this one together, chat. This ain't making any sense to me at all. Try the glove. No, it's not the glove. Okay. I mean, you know, if you guys want to jump in with some hand holding, by all means. But I don't think you're going to be able to. There's a fact of the case I've forgotten. The fact of the case. So, a fact of which case? We need to make sure we specify which case we're talking about. So there's Goodman's murder. Goodman lost something. Need to make a declaration that he lost it. Can only be submitted to the chief of police. Oh, I see. Right. That's incredibly obtuse. That would have taken a lot of kind of guessing until I came to this, because it doesn't seem like it should be something that's relevant at all. All right. I mean, I get that it says it there, but you know, it's faded so far in relevance at this point that I'm really surprised that they would try this. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the chief of police.
Yet you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it.
He filed it? How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day.
He needed to?
Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh! Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gan't. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. See, that would have taken me ages to actually arrive at as a conclusion, because it just, honestly, it just kind of, that's blindsided me completely, if I'm honest, chat.
I accompanied him?
There's no other way the murderer, Detective Goodman, could have entered the room.
Hold on, let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman.
Exactly. But wait, the chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card.
Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort.
You should have told me to reread all the evidence, but... no, if I need to go through all the evidence and not jump to a conclusion straight away, please feel free to tell me, and please feel free to remind me to go over everything again. Like, if it's something that's going to be kind of obtuse, I don't mind being told to reread everything, because I will reread everything reasonably quickly. It doesn't take me all that long. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet, you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. Oh, Jesus. There's fucking lightning coming out of this boy. Chief Gan't, you didn't. The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did you manage to move it there?
I was at the police department the entire day, you know.
And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal.
Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so.
Chief Gan't, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time I thought it was a useless cue. It's the fucking screwdriver, isn't it? It's the one thing that we have not had any use for, and that's just sat there doing dick bugger fucking all. Because I remember this. Evidence from a past case of Edgeworth brought back to his office by Gant's request. Right? He's used Edgeworth to drive the car with the body in the trunk. on the grounds of moving this fucking screwdriver. Okay. Dun dun. How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us his evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Gan't used this.
Take that!
This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. What's that? A screwdriver? But what does that have to do with this case? Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here? It's here because... Wait, am I right? I was asked to go by Chief Gan't, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. Was I right? I can't get it right when it comes to something that's kind of like actually written in plain sight, such as the fucking item report. But give me something like this. My brain is absolutely bollocks, isn't it, chat? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm not really, but you know. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did, because Chief Gan't asked you to. You mean the body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. How Edgeworth hasn't noticed a corpse in the boot? The lost item report made me look over the evidences before. I mean, the screwdriver, that just kind of came to me. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Yes, unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye. Order! 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 What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal of the defence's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It is a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gan't, please say something!
I believe... Your time's up.
My time's up?
Sorry, Writer, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going to make it in time for the early bird special.
Objection!
You don't check your car trunk every time you drive. Yeah, but think on it like this, right? Think on it like this. The performance of your average car, and especially a light sports car, right? A light sports car does not weigh all that much. I mean, it's probably on par, if not lighter than my car. My car's probably about 1 ton, okay? Now, if I carry a passenger in my car, I am aware of the fact I'm catching a passenger because of the fact that, I mean, my engine's a 1.4 litre diesel, right? It's plenty powerful. But if I'm carrying a passenger, I notice. Your average human male, especially in the police force, probably going to average somewhere between 80 to 90 kilograms. If your car is carrying an extra 80 to 90 kilograms worth of weight around in the back end, you're going to notice that. You're going to notice the difference in weight. I mean, maybe this is just the way my brain works, but I notice that sort of thing very, very, very clearly. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet.
Oh, remember what I told you earlier? The police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Weapons?
Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now.
What? That is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're going to just run away after all this?
Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed Earl Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now.
But
You think I'd learn to dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with.
Okay. Do we have that proof? Do we have that proof? I don't know if we do. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gan't is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright, I'm safe scumming all over the fucking shop here. Your Honor, do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gan't murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Skye dispose of his body? Do I have any concrete proof? Do I have any concrete proof? I don't think I do. I don't think I do. I don't think I do. I have no proof yet. So now you're showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honour. At present, I have no conclusive evidence.
See, G?
In that case, this court is forced to penalise you for your allegations against the Chief. What?
Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, righto. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, LG, I'll leave the rest to you.
I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer on a nation's law enforcement agency. Am I getting... What? Ah! Oh, Edgeworth, you fucking G. Lady Luck, maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? That was a fucking cruel little debate there. There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honour of hearing her testimony. A lady who knows a witness. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gan't has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else, one more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room. They did that specifically to screw with safes going, motherfuckers. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honour? Have you forgotten? The defence is the one calling witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? It's Lana, isn't it? We gotta question Lana. She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honour. The defence calls forth the judge. Wait, can we ask Bruce to come testify? Imagine. No. Come on. The defendant? Miss Lana Skye? She was in the underground parking lot of 5:15 on February 21st. Her task, to dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders. Mr. Edgeworth, the prosecution has no objections, Your Honour. Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in... Oh, someone's saying hold on. Oh, it's Gan't, he's back. Chief Gan't. I thought... I've got my voice all wrong. I thought you were going to eat.
Listen good, Lana.
He's talking to Lana.
I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder.
Oh boy.
Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. Alright then, I've got a lunch date to meet.
Jesus, this guy's a knob-off. Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess. Threatening a witness in front of a judge, yeah. There's so much stuff that would just get people thrown in fucking prison going on in this game. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah. Thanks to your help, Edgeworth. That chief, he's something else here, pals. Detective Gumshoe. I'm not a detective anymore. Oh, yeah, sorry about that. Don't worry, I've already decided where to work now. At your office. What? My office? Sure. I'll take the place that top-knot girl used to work with. Could he mean Maya? Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How's it he always gets the upper hand? It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, right. Remember what the judge said. But Chief, that is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. Risks? What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too? That's got to be Lana, surely. No, it's Emma. I got the wrong voice again. Emma, you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny, I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside to force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Eh, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. What? Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now, I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armour. I see. Well, I better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait? No, I'm going with you. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth. Let's go, right? It's time to end this. Oh boy, here we go, chat. Oh, wait, are we actually... Oh, Jesus. Well, it's going to be a long one tonight then. Buckle up, boys and girls. And non-binary finery. Trial Latter 2. Let's go. Okay, here we go. Beep, beep, beep. Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, please take the stand? Miss Lana Skye, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Is this like My Sister, My Writer? Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gan't. Hey, chicka-bum-bum. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gan't. Come on, let's do this thing. I worked alongside Gan't for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago, all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. That's a really weak testimony. Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honour, I'm confessing to a capital offence. Of course I'm sure. But Lana... If this is true, then that means Chief Gan't has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. What if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Hiding something inside and screaming in agony? Has she got a butt plug in? Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself. The defence may now begin its cross-examination. Okay, here we go, chat. Here we go. Okay. And we save scum. Of course we do. How many years exactly? Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24 then, so that would be 5 years. Detective Gan't and Detective Skye were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases. She must have been good coming from the same school as me. Damon Gan't was a respectable detective, and that's why. But think about it, Miss Skye. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And... Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lana.
So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago?
You say you did this all by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor reward knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? Wait, but Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. All just to protect me.
So, when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to.
Yes. Broke off the tip of Dark's knife. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, then moved the body.
We'll press that. You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the victim's wound, and then you moved the body?
But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I'll trust for the sake of the others. Why'd you move the body? When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple.
Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body.
The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan.
How?
We're just going to press the fuck out of it here. Pieces of the jar? You mean the cum jar? Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. Oh, it is a cum jar then. All right. Okay. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it more expedient to move the body. So, when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead, and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during the struggle. But it's got the writing on it.
I see.
What's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed, but I have a feeling there's more to it than that. There must be a contradiction here somewhere. Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone. Hold on. So if it was shattered at the time of the crime when you know, as he's died, how's it got the words Emma written on it? Press it there as well. So, you rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer? How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it. Period. Are you so desperate to hide that fact? You're willing to risk the death sentence? She's lying. She did it so I wouldn't be blamed for what happened. In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions. Mr. Wright, my sister's lying. She's determined to protect you to the end. She insists she fabricated the evidence by herself. There's no way she could have done it. There's no way she could have done it alone. We've got to get Lana to talk more. If she's lying, she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction. Okay. We don't have the tip of the knife, do we? I think it's the jar. The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. It had nothing to do with Emma. It's one of these two statements we play the jar on. Let's try and play the cum jar on this one, shall we? Let's try and play the cum jar here. It's either this one or the one before. Okay. Right. Just give me 1 second as well. My Twitch stats have bugged. So let me just change that again. There we go. There we go. Okay, good. So we play the cum jar here. It's not there. It's the statement before. It's the statement before. Okay. Has to be. Yeah, it's the one before. Okay. Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You being the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered. If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I'm compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. A contradiction in my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right. Do you have a problem with that? It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. Ah. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. Order! Order! Your Honour, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. Oh, you don't want to cum blood. Gross. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are. About the truth towards which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony. Okay. I can't believe we're doing a trial based around a cum jar. This is disgusting. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. But we found a piece of the jar in Gant's office. You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood? I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Very well. The defence may now begin its cross-examination. Okay. So the jar was already broken. It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier. It certainly looks as feeble as the defence's case, but not as feeble as the judge's judgment. Oh, zing. You were an ace detective who never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces? Normally I would have. Okay. So, you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar? No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust. Well, that helps my case. Lana, you'd do that for me? It seems you two might make up yet. Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was. If someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry. I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came. This is rather shocking. So she's wiped away the blood. I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened. What do you mean? If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood. What else could I have done in that situation? Lana, I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. But how could you see with the power up? It should have been pitch black in that office. A detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go. Why are you carrying that around? Jesus Christ. I never miss anything. I got every last piece. I don't think she did. Press there. So, you illegally rearranged the crime scene? Yes. I don't have any excuse for my actions. I'm so sorry, Lana. I didn't know. I've treated you so badly all this time. It's not too late. There's still plenty of time to make up. After we've gotten to the bottom of this incident. No doubt this day will leave a permanent stain on the history of the prosecutor's office. More contradictions have surfaced in her testimony. Your sister's really putting up a fight. She must really care about you. Still, she's not doing this the right way. I think I've figured out the contradictions in her testimony. There's one final possibility that might turn everything around. Okay. Final fragment found in Chief Gant's safe. She says she got all of the pieces. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. Why was there a piece in Gant's safe? Why was there a piece in Gant's safe? I'm gonna throw that at her and see if that works. Got it. Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gan't got there before you. We've tied him to it. But couldn't the defense simply have missed a piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Can you believe that? Yes, I can, Judge. Have you forgotten, Your Honour? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh, that. There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gan't. At the time, he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, why would he break the jar? The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honour, can you answer us that? No! No! I think it's worth bearing in mind that I'm pretty sure that the judge and Chief Gan't are friends, so he's finding out that his friend is a fucking murderer. Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. Damon Gan't arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question. What is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. Why would Chief Gan't do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear what happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gan't helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the Chief's puppet. Oh! No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the Chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client. Oh, I'm not even going to touch that kind of fucking lies. I guess you do seem like the type who likes to twist the truth. Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? We saved that because I think it's leading us into something, isn't it? Lana, may be right after all. What do you mean, right? So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Miss Skye, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Skye, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. this cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. All right. The witness may testify once more for the final time. Okay. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armour sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gan't help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armour sword? You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What, to me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. You did? But I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Wait, hang on. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright? She really does have faith in you. What? Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture. What? Okay. I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana. Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her. We got the evidence law, didn't we? Let's check that evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere. So this is the only thing we received from her. Oh, I see it. I see it. I think. Hey, there's a picture here. Oh dear. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this. Because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything. Okay. Mr. Wright! That piece cut out from his vest. Could that be... Wait. Cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe? Hang on. Wait a minute. How strong is Emma? Emma, at the time of this, is a 14-year-old girl. So... like, fight or flight response can actually bring out some surprising levels of strength, but I've just noticed something, chat. Look at this. He's vomited blood all down his chest, right? There's blood everywhere, but look at this, if you will. Look at this, if you will. Where's the blood? Where's the blood? Where is the blood? That cannot have come from when he was impaled on the sword. That's been cut out before he's been stabbed. Because otherwise he would have vomited blood onto it. Right? Someone's put him on that sword. And that's what's killed him. Because he died from a stab wound to the back. He died from a stab wound to the back. Right? There's the stab wound to the back. But he can't have had... that has been cut out before he's died. Because otherwise, look, there would have been fucking blood everywhere. Oh my god. Okay. What's this? It's a handprint, isn't it? That cloth, it had fingerprints on it. Whoever fingerprints those are must be the real murderer. What? Those fingerprints, they're yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer. Very well. The defence may now begin its cross-examination. Oh, wow. Even the trial for this goes on for hours and hours and hours. All right, here we go. Wait. What? Oh, I didn't expect that.
Come now, Archie. Friend or tracer, come. Come and look upon the evidence in a cooler can. And bring Wraithguard. I have need of it. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen.
Chief Gan't.
What now, you want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defence.
I'm afraid it's too late for that.
What?
You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. There's lightning coming out of him. Jesus.
Ah, so what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements.
What do you mean?
The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence.
Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence?
No, I don't. But someone does.
Someone?
So, what's your excuse, Writer? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right?
He's trying to get us to show that bit of cloth. He's trying to goad me into showing that bit of cloth, isn't he?
Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt.
Is this true, Mr. Wright? I'm not giving it. No. If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer. Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. And if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. What do I do now? I better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall? So, let's think for a second. Yes, we know that the handprint on the cloth incriminates Emma. We know that it's the piece of evidence that we're being told to show, right? But we haven't proven to the court it's relevant to the case on trial. If we present it now, firstly, it's not really admissible, but also, I mean, it's so... No, I'm not going to do it. No. Your Honour, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time.
What? You lie.
Chief Gan't,
You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence.
I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why didn't you show them? We found it together.
Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it.
What are you talking about, Chief Gan't?
Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area?
It looks like a part of it's been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means the Chief of Police has been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department.
Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Writer. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened.
What? You mean you wouldn't admit to it?
I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me I could use the situation to control Lana.
So you really were manipulating her?
I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that's when she saw the scene, she would ask for my aid.
So you assisted Miss Sky?
I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room.
And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Duck convicted.
When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you.
2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe? But why?
For insurance, of course.
Literally what I said. Insurance.
I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed.
You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence?
What do you take me for? A fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces.
But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too?
Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance.
You mean that piece of cloth?
Come on, Righto, cough it up already. I know you have it.
He's telling... Right. He's told us now. He's told us to bring the evidence up. Remember what evidence law said, chat? Remember what evidence law said? Yeah. Remember what it said? Let's go back to it a second. Hold on. No evidence should be shown without the approval of the police department. He's just approved this evidence. What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you admit to it then, Chief Gan't, that you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe?
Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that being chief and all, but it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago you said you didn't have any evidence you could present.
Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it then before it was too late.
It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. I think this is the point we show it, isn't it? Or do we show it here? Do we show it here? Because we didn't show it before. We didn't show it before, right? Yeah, we didn't show it before. And now he's authorised it. He's told us we can present it. Sure. Your Honour, I do have evidence to present now. Alright then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. Now we present the cloth, right?
Take that!
Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest.
Oh, yes. At last you've finally brought it out into the open.
There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honour, the prosecution requests that it be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather, there must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean? It could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence.
Ho ho ho! You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy.
What?
Think about it. Righto had all this time to present this evidence, yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be?
You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that? Mr. Wright, do you really know? Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well. I'll tell you. If I'd presented it earlier, it would have been an automatic game over. Oh, Jesus. So, did I actually work that out correctly? I can't work out how to present one lost item slip, but I'm able to puzzle through and solve this case ahead of time. What is my brain? That was a non-standard instant game over I dodged, but I refused to present the cloth. Yeah, the thing is, the evidence law said we had to make sure that unregistered evidence is approved by the police, and as far as I was aware, we didn't have any police authority to present it, so I didn't. Very well, I'll tell you. Should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person to whom these fingerprints belong to is... Well, they are Emma's, aren't they? They are Emma's. We have to say it's Emma. Because it is.
Take that!
Emma? Emma Sky? What? They're mine? I'm sorry, Emma. But why? Why didn't you tell me?
You're really something, Ryto. You knew this girl did it all along. You still tried to pin the murder on me.
So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. How could you? You monster! Miss Sky. You whose fingerprints those were on. You acted like she really didn't. Miss Sky, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet.
But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offence. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer?
Music's going. Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up.
Oh, and what's that?
Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Gan't, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Sky, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction.
What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about?
I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth. I'm saving again. I'm getting nerves again. What could it possibly contradict? Chief Gan't, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. It's the photo. It's the photo. Isn't it? It's the photo. Has to be.
Take that!
And what exactly is this supposed to be?
This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yes, his shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out all the blood on his vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. It's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. Oh, but that piece of cloth. Wait, there's no blood on it. Ah! Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time.
No, this is nonsense.
Now then, Chief Gan't. Let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armor's sword? Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue, and make Lana believe her sister did it. Oh, he's about to flip. Remember what you admitted to only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. It's finally all over. Objection! Who's objecting? It's him.
Oh, that was close, right? So you almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations.
He's looking very pathetic now. What do you mean you refute his allegations?
You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence.
Order! Order! What nonsense is this?
Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Argy? Earlier, old Roto here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Roto? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you?
Your Honour, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. I'm about to turn evidence law on this dickhead.
Well, that's true. The defence did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence.
But that's not fair.
Did you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son.
Oh, I'm really about to lawyer him, yeah. In the ass.
I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth?
True. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person, assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal.
Well, Mr. Wright?
It seems, at last. The time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived.
Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? That you purposely and illegally concealed this piece of cloth?
I think we have to say we did. I think we say we did because we did conceal it. We can't lie to the judge. Well, purposely and illegally concealed. No, we didn't illegally conceal it, actually. It's not illegal. Okay. I admit I refused to present it at one point.
So the evidence is illegal.
No, it isn't, Mr. Gan't. It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't.
What do you mean you couldn't?
There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence.
No, Archie, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You can't really believe him.
There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not?
Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now.
Literally going to throw the book at him. This is my proof, Your Honour. Evidence law.
What's this?
I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth. Nothing more.
What?
You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here's the crux of the matter. You see, at the time it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SO9 incident.
What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and...
Sorry, but can you recall when was that picture presented?
That showed only a few moments ago. No!
He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gan't. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cast out this piece of the victim's vest.
Oh, yes. No!
It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the Chief of Police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before the prosecutor marshal in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gan't. The killer was you. What's happening? Oh. Oh my god, what the fuck? He's laughed himself into a coma. Jesus.
I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me.
Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty.
He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Star, then convinced Bruce Goodman.
Detective Goodman?
Yeah, that's right.
If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me.
Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit.
He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence.
Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman?
Could you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There's too many questions left unanswered.
He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said,
It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall. It's high noon. You spoiled this case for yourself by tuning in, but oh well. By the time you come to play, you'll have forgotten. You know what? Hopefully you'll have kind of forgotten, because this is juicy. This is juicy, and I'm actually amazed that I've been able to predict it with as much accuracy as I have done. Is this like writer brain? Is my author brain starting to kick in again? Maybe.
Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. That accursed knife.
I guess the evidence trap hours ahead. You know what? I figured there was something... There was a reason they gave us that book. There was a reason they gave us that book. I mean, the thing is, I've been in a position where I've had a defendant try and use that sort of a trap on me. So I've kind of got a bit of first-hand experience with that sort of thing. What they tried to do was... I think I mentioned this in a previous stream, but basically... they tried to lie to the court and say that I had amended evidence, which I hadn't done. And I told them, okay, so I can actually evidence that all... they basically tried to trap me by sending stuff through to me, which was not correct. They'd actually been the ones to amend it. So I said to them, okay, here's everything on my system. Here are screenshots of my system. Here is... Yeah. Remember when well, that's true actually. Sorry, I'd not twigged on that. Maybe this is the lawyer brain giving me an advantage, but what the defendant did on my case was they after they tried to lie and say we're going to present this to court and ask that your case be thrown out, and I went back to them and said, if you proceed with this course of action, when I send my particulars to the court, I'm going to include evidence, which then proves that you're bullshitting and you're trying to base us into a trap to get rid of this claim, so you don't have to pay out. And if you really want to go that route, be my guest. Be my guest. I will call your bluff. I will walk into your trap, knowing that if I fucked up, I would have been pulled up in front of a judge, and I'd have probably been like kicked out of working in this sort of sector. But that's not what happened. When I went to the court. I didn't actually go to the court myself for this. We don't normally attend on our hearings. But the case went to court, and the other side then tried to panic mode and backpedal after I'd issued. And I actually went back to them and said, I've given you every chance. You are out of chances. You are not allowed any more chances at this point. It's for the judge's discretion. And as I remember, we didn't just win that case. We won it with everything we wanted and more. And I'm pretty sure that the representative from the defendant actually got pulled into court to explain themselves in front of a judge. It was the most satisfying fucking victory I've ever had in a case. It's putting an inappropriate little lawyery jingle in my giblets right now, I tell you, chat.
We couldn't just pull it out.
Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime.
Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realise my fatal mistake.
The bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker.
I used to be known as the crime computer, but everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it.
Then you put the body in my car.
I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will.
Oh god, the lawyer using ChatGPT. Didn't they get disbarred? They deserved that? Leaving the prosecution's car aside. How? How could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this?
Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out.
So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker?
I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take.
So, you left the jar fragments in the glove?
Yeah. No, it looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay.
Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well on close examination. You must have known that.
Tell me, Worthy, where do you stand in court?
Just 1 second, chap, I'm just checking something. Me?
You despise criminals.
I can feel it. You and me, we're the same.
One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone.
Foreshadowing of some sort? Maybe.
Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Udgy.
What?
Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend.
So this dude, Frame Edgeworth, it's a lot more complicated than that. It's so much more complicated than that. It would take so long to explain. Basically, let's just say that he's been involved in multiple cover-ups at this point. Framing Edgeworth was part of one of the cover-ups, but they were interlinked. Yeah, you'll learn from when you play. Yeah. I'm sorry too, David Gan't. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person.
Those days are gone now, Udgy. Thanks for the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Rito here, and Worthy, with these two around. You can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of new beginning.
There are two things I want you to understand. Yes? First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gan't betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silence. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time Gan't helped me to forge evidence up until today. So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My. What high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top. Oh, she smiled at us! What? I owe my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Sky. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Creepy? No, this is actually, like... This is not a creepy smile. This is like a holy shit moment. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried that pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it. I only did my job. You gave Mr. Wright a job, did you? In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky. Yes, Your Honor. You are innocent of murder. However, although the Chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. The fact Edgeworth and Phoenix act like an old couple kills you. Even better in the other games. Yeah. Well, this trial's gone on far too long already. I mean, we've been streaming for almost 5 hours today, chat, so yeah, actually. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, not guilty. Yes! That is all. This court is adjourned. Whew, we got there. Whew. At long last, it's finally over. Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now after the trial ended. I can see why Mia Faith thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well. You know, I did my best too, but Lana didn't say a single word to me. Hope I'm not dropped anything, pals. Fucking hell, Gumshoe. I guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run around while on duty. Stop it if you call me. I've seen happy people at funerals. Hey, line up, pals. I'm only kidding. Oh, are you here because of my sister again? No, not this time. I came today because of you, pal. Me? That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Lana! Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I'll until if you want. Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day, 2 years ago, was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis, I asked Gan't to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake, but now I realise I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting by distancing myself. But I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you're only doing it for me. No. What? I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. Sis. I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realise it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologise. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Oh, Emma. Emma. Oh, that's nice. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why would we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we can find a way back to our rightful path. And it's from there that we can move on towards a brighter future. At least, that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe. Me. Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. He's so angry. Where is he hiding? I just came to say congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right. Well, I'll be going now. He's just run away. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. Hmm? We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realised today that I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth. Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gan't was right.
You despise criminals, I can feel it. You and me,
We're the same.
one day you'll understand.
Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man.
You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone.
I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them, but in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth? Who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gan't did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gans and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime, but they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime on my own I'd need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright, and because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? What? Is this a pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright, show what Lana's talking about. Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. Oh god, it's one of these fucking things again, isn't it? Something that neither I or Edgeworth would have been able to find on our own. Is it the evidence law? I'm waiting. Because I got this wrong last time, didn't I? Yeah, I'm on the evidence list. Oh wait, no, the actual evidence list. Not the evidence list that's on the evidence list. Yeah, you're right. That's the picture I drew. Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list, I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. We ain't ruining the ending this time. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth, if you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Oh, he's gone. Edgeworth, what do you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. I'd better be going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon. It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation. It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will. And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. The last person he thinks of course, it's Edgy. Well, don't go tricking off just yet, pal. What is it, Detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the Chief Prosecutor. You see, she isn't just supposed to be out of jail on this, but I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Basically, that's a brother got not to sneak around for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. What? Way to go, Detective. I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright is the one who'll be footing the bill. What? What, you think I'm voting my side? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh? Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Why is it I suddenly feel like I want to scream? Hey, I've got an idea. Why don't we go pay off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go. Jesus. Pretty sure Lana's life is over regardless. I mean, it would depend, really. I think that she'd be looking at doing time for a bit, but I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coroner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow. Then, I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. Okay. So she's going to do some time, but, you know, she'll be able to do something, so she's not going away for a massively long time, at least. Okay. Yikes. Thought I was a goner for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked me and authorised investigation in the Chief's office. If we penalised you any more, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. Just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easy. With groove in here, chat. I just want to point out something as well. Oh, we'll do it after we've gone through the dialogues. My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take Arabella. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show him though. Someday I'm going to make detective. Yes, sir. Then I can be just like that Dick Gumshoe. So, whilst we're going through this bit of the credits, this particular case has taken us it's 9 hours plus 5. What's 9 plus 5? 14? Almost 15 hours worth of time to get through this one case. Oh god, it's the blue trauma. Amazing. Goodbye, blue trauma. Get dumped on you, nerd. What is it? Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with a state lunch partner? The star managed to sneak this into me. She's seeing one of the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water? I can't. Meekins has got that duty. See you soon, Blue Trauma. Wait, what? No, goodbye, Blue Trauma. Not see you soon, goodbye. Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu. The right way lunch. The top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. Oh, I almost swallowed a lemon seed then. Yeah. I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left? Anyway, he said he's been doing something or other for how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I'd better be, oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go. Fucking hell, Udgy. Udgy, you're such an idiot. You're such an idiot. Oh, it's Maya. Nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium. Mystic Maya, afternoon training's about to begin. Coming. Well, see you around, Nick. Okay. I guess that village is going to be relevant in one of the next games. We're grooving. We just sit here and groove for a bit, chat, right? Right? Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, it's the bellboy. Mr. Edgeworth, I brought you your tea. What's going on? What is going on? Did he actually resign then? Was that his resignation letter? Oh, Jesus. Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book. Oh, that's kind of nice. Looks like from when she first joined the force, huh? Damn. Oh, we actually got a Capcom screen. And we got the achievement for clearing episode 5 of the first game. Damn, we got there. I think it's going to take us back to the title card now. Yeah, we're straight back to the title screen. Right, pull over here then. That's the first Ace Attorney game. Completed. That was awesome. That was well good. That was well good. Alright. Now, we've been going for basically 5 hours, so finally we got out this case, yeah, after almost 15 hours worth of stream time on just the one. I'm not going to raid out tonight. I've been going 5 hours. I'm fucking knackered, chat. I just want to sleep at this point. It's 10:30. This is about an hour later than I've ever really streamed before. So I'm just going to pop off now. I'm going to be on tomorrow, but I don't know with what. It's going to be one of a couple of things. So we're either going to be playing Subnautica Below Zero, or we might play some Suika game, because I now own Suika game on the Switch, and I can't stop playing it. It's very addictive. But yeah, it would be a good chance to test out my cap card on the desktop. So we'll see how we go with that. But in the meantime, cheers for hanging out with me tonight and slogging through to the end of this one. I've had a lot of fun with this, and I am looking forward at some point next week to getting on with the second game in the series. But for now, I'm going to go rest. I hope that you guys have a resty day as well, and that you enjoy whatever your Saturday has to bring, even if it's just sleep. I will see you tomorrow, all being well, probably about 6 PM UK time. I'm not going to go live too much early. It's probably going to be a relatively short one. But in the meantime, enjoy the rest of your day. Cheers again for hanging out with me tonight, and I will see you soon. Take care until then, yeah? See ya. Oh, I didn't press the button. Whoops.